There is a man listening to this right now whose life, by every external measure, is handled. The bills are paid. The body is maintained. The career is either stable or still climbing. The apartment or the house is clean. The car runs. The fridge has food in it. If someone asked how he's doing, he'd say fine, and he wouldn't be lying, not exactly. He'd be telling the truth as he understands it. Because from the outside, there's nothing visibly wrong. But there's a signal he doesn't talk about. It's quiet. It shows up at night mostly. Sometimes in the car, between locations. Sometimes in the pause after a meeting ends and before the next task begins. It's not sadness. It's not anxiety. It's something harder to name. A kind of interior recession. A pulling back of something he used to feel, but can't quite locate anymore. He's not falling apart. He's functioning. And quietly fading. That distinction matters. Because the world has language for falling apart, there are systems for crisis. Therapists, hotlines, interventions, concerned friends. But there is almost no language for the man who is intact on the surface and slowly disappearing underneath. No one stages an intervention for someone who pays his taxes on time and goes to the gym 4 days a week. No one checks in on the man who appears to need nothing. And that's the first paradox this conversation is built around. If you're fine genuinely, structurally fine, why does it feel like you're slowly becoming invisible? Not to other people, to yourself. That question is not rhetorical. It has an answer. And the answer is architectural, not emotional. It's not about what you feel. It's about what you built and what that structure costs to maintain. Here's the second question, and it cuts closer. Why does connection, real connection, not networking, not socializing, not the performative closeness of a first date, why does that feel so expensive? Not financially, energetically, psychologically. Why does the idea of someone truly seeing you produce not warmth, but a low-grade resistance? A quiet stepping back? And here's the third. What if the loneliness you feel, the kind you may not even call loneliness, what if it isn't caused by a lack of people? What if it's caused by a lack of access to yourself? Those three questions will structure everything that follows. Identity, relationship, existential orientation. They are not separate problems. They are three faces of the same architecture. Now here is the reversal, and it needs to land clearly because it reframes the entire conversation. You became strong, disciplined, capable, self-reliant. You built a life that doesn't depend on anyone's cooperation to function. And that is real. That's not delusion. You did build that. But the stronger you became, the less reachable you became. Not just to others, to yourself. Your discipline may not be strength. It may be a containment system. Sit with that for a moment. Not because it's an accusation. It's not. But because if it's even partially accurate, it changes the meaning of everything you've organized your life around. If the system you built to manage your world is also the system that sealed you off from your own interior life, then the competence you're most proud of has a cost you never agreed to pay. There's a contract most men like this signed without realizing it. It wasn't written down. No one presented it. It formed silently, usually early, usually under pressure. And it goes something like this. If I don't need anyone, nobody can abandon me. That contract is airtight in its logic. If you never extend yourself, you can never be dropped. If you never ask, you can never be refused. If you never soften, you can never be caught unguarded. The math is clean. And for years, sometimes decades, it works. It produces a life that is stable, autonomous, and structurally sound. But there is a cost the contract doesn't mention. The cost is not independence. Independence is a real thing. It has flexibility, choice, and openness in it. The cost is something else. It's unapproachability. Not just from others, from your own emotional life. From the parts of yourself that are still in there, still wanting, still reaching, but now locked behind a wall you built so competently that even you forgot where the door is. What you might call peace, that steady, quiet, low-drama internal state, might be something else entirely. It might be emotional anesthesia, not the absence of feeling, but the successful suppression of it. Not calm, containment. That is not said to diminish what you've done. The opposite. You didn't choose this for drama. You didn't build this life out of immaturity or fear in the way people usually mean when they say fear. You chose it because it worked. At some point, probably early, the emotional environment you were in made openness a bad strategy. It made needing people unreliable. It made tenderness something that got you hurt, or overlooked, or humiliated. And so you did what any intelligent system does under threat. You adapted. You found the configuration that kept your life running when your inner life went quiet. And that adaptation was smart. It was sophisticated. It was survival-grade engineering. The issue isn't that you did it. The issue is that it's still running long after the original threat ended. And now it's not protecting you from danger. It's protecting you from life. Consider 3 moments, not dramatic ones, ordinary ones, the kind that happen on a Tuesday and leave no evidence. First, it's late. You're in bed or on the couch, phone in hand. There's someone you could text. Maybe someone you haven't talked to in a while. Maybe someone you went on a few dates with, and it faded. Maybe an old friend. Your thumb hovers. And then you put the phone down. Not because there's no one to reach out to, but because the act of reaching out, the admission that you want contact, feels intolerable. Not dramatic. Just quietly unbearable. So you put the phone down and tell yourself you're tired. And maybe you are, but that's not why you didn't send the message. Second, you're on a date. Maybe a first date, maybe a third, and you're performing well. You're competent at this 2 conversation, timing, humor, just enough personal disclosure to seem open without actually being open. She's engaged. It's going fine, and underneath you feel almost nothing. Or you feel something closer to management than connection. And when the evening ends, the dominant feeling isn't disappointment or longing or excitement. It's relief. Relief that you can go home, close the door, and stop presenting. Third, you're at a gathering. Friends, colleagues, maybe a family event. People are talking, laughing. You're participating. You're not withdrawn. You're not sulking in a corner. But inside, there's a film between you and the room. Like you're watching your own life from slightly outside it. You can see the scene. You can narrate it. But you're not quite in it. And when you leave, nobody noticed. Because you were there. You performed presence. But presence and attendance are not the same thing. Those 3 moments aren't symptoms of depression. They aren't signs of antisocial personality. They aren't evidence of brokenness. They're evidence of a system working exactly as designed. A system that prioritizes control, minimizes exposure, and keeps the emotional perimeter sealed. The problem isn't that you're alone. The problem is that the part of you that could be held, the part that could receive warmth, absorb closeness, let someone in past the operational layer, that part went offline. Not because it's gone, because it was sent away, deliberately, efficiently, for reasons that made sense at the time. That is the architecture this conversation will dismantle, not aggressively, not with emotional pressure, structurally, layer by layer, because you don't respond to pressure. You respond to precision. And what you're living inside of is a precision-built system that deserves a precision-built explanation. So let's begin with what's visible, the surface pattern, the part you already know, even if you've never heard it described this way. There is a particular kind of life that high-functioning men in their 40s and 50s build, and it has a specific texture. From the outside, it reads as put together, disciplined, maybe even enviable. The routines are tight. Morning has a structure. Exercise happens. Nutrition is considered, even if imperfectly. Work is consistent, often excellent. The home environment is managed. There's low drama, low chaos, low need for outside help. And underneath that, there's a flatness. Not always, not constantly, but persistently enough that it registers. Pleasure is muted, not absent, but dampened. Things that used to excite don't quite land the same way. There's a kind of restlessness that shows up at night, not as anxiety, but as a low hum of something unfinished. And then there are the irritation spikes. Small, disproportionate flares of frustration at traffic, at inefficiency, at someone's incompetence that seem to come from nowhere and dissolve almost as fast as they arrive. If you describe this to most people, they'd say it sounds like mild depression, and they might be partially right in a clinical sense. But the word depression doesn't capture what's actually happening. Depression implies a collapse of function. This isn't that. Function is intact. In many cases, function is exceptional. The more accurate word is disconnection. You're not depressed. You're disconnected. That distinction matters because it changes the intervention entirely. Depression, in its clinical form, often responds to activation, more engagement, more movement, more structure. But this man already has structure. He already has movement. He already has engagement. Telling him to get out more or try new things is not just unhelpful. It's insulting. He's already doing more than most people. The problem isn't behavioral deficit. The problem is internal severance. There's an experience that often accompanies this. It's the experience of success without fulfillment. And it needs to be named precisely because it's commonly misunderstood. When someone says, "I have everything I'm supposed to want, and I still feel empty," the standard response is either dismissal, "You should be grateful," or pop psychology, "You need to find your passion." Both responses miss the structural reality entirely. The emptiness isn't coming from a lack of passion or a failure of gratitude. It's coming from a substitution error. Somewhere along the way, achievement became a stand-in for attachment. Professional accomplishment, financial stability, physical discipline, these became the means through which he earns his sense of worth. And they work in the short term. Every completed project, every financial milestone, every physical goal met produces a small pulse of validation. But it fades fast because the system that processes achievement and the system that processes belonging are not the same system. You can build a life that looks solid and still feel uninhabited. That line is not poetry. It's a structural description. The architecture is real. The interior is vacant. Not because you failed to furnish it, but because the part of you that would live inside it was never invited in. This is where a critical distinction needs to be made, and it needs to be made carefully, because it's one of the most commonly collapsed concepts in conversations about men and solitude. Independence and isolation are not the same thing. They feel similar from the inside. They can look identical from the outside, but they are structurally opposite. Independence is a state of choice. It contains flexibility. An independent man can be alone and can also be with others. He can ask for help and can also manage without it. He moves between solitude and connection with relative ease because neither state threatens his identity. Independence has porosity. It breathes. Isolation is a state of rigidity. It looks like independence, same routines, same self-sufficiency, same lack of visible need, but it has no flexibility in it. The man in isolation isn't choosing solitude. He's locked into it, not by external circumstance, but by an internal structure that has made closeness feel dangerous, dependency feel shameful, and emotional need feel like a defect. The difference shows up in small behavioral signatures. The "I'm good" reflects the automatic, pre-conscious deflection of any offer of help or concern. The emotional non-disclosure, not lying exactly, but an omission so habitual it doesn't register as withholding anymore. And the approach to dating as logistics rather than exploration screening for compatibility, the way you'd evaluate a vendor, optimizing for minimal disruption rather than maximal connection. None of these are moral failures. They are strategic adaptations, but they are the signatures of isolation wearing the uniform of independence. And the man living inside this structure often cannot tell the difference, because from within the system, it all feels like choice. That is where the analysis begins. And it will go deeper, because the surface pattern, the competence, the flatness, the muted interior is not the cause. It's the visible expression of something that was set in motion much earlier, under conditions that made this configuration not just logical, but necessary. Your nervous system doesn't care about cultural narratives about what a man should be. It doesn't care about self-help frameworks or motivational slogans. It cares about one thing: survival. And at some point, your nervous system made a calculation. It determined that emotional openness was a threat, and it built accordingly. The question is not whether that calculation was right at the time. It probably was. The question is whether it's still right now. And the answer to that question requires going beneath the surface, beneath the behavior, beneath the emotional logic, into the architecture itself. So here is the disruption. Stated plainly, you didn't become strong because you wanted to be admired. You didn't build this discipline because you were ambitious in the way people usually mean. You became strong so that you would not be hurt. That refrain changes the meaning of your entire adult life. Not its value, its meaning. Because if your strength was built primarily as a defense system, then every structure you've erected on top of it, your career, your routines, your relational patterns, your solitude, inherits that defensive orientation. It's not that these things are bad. It's that they're organized around protection rather than engagement, around survival rather than contact. So what exactly is your strength protecting? That question will take the next hour to answer properly. Not because it's complicated in a theatrical sense, but because the answer has layers. And each layer reveals a different mechanism, a different adaptation, a different cost. And all of them converge on a single structural reality that most men in this position have never had clearly named for them. We'll start with where it began, not with a diagnosis, not with a label. With the original moment the adaptation made sense. The moment that needing someone became too expensive to risk. Every psychological structure has an origin point. Not always a single traumatic event, though sometimes it is. More often, it's a condition. A sustained environment that taught a specific lesson, repeatedly, until the lesson stopped being something learned and became something lived. Something so deeply embedded in the operating system that it no longer registers as a belief. It just feels like reality. For the man we're describing, the lesson was this: needing people is dangerous. Not theoretically dangerous, not philosophically risky. Dangerous in the way a child's nervous system registers danger through felt experience, through pattern recognition, through the slow accumulation of evidence that closeness comes with a price. This needs to be traced carefully, because the origin isn't always where people expect it to be. It's not always abuse. It's not always neglect in the dramatic sense. Often, it's subtler than that. And the subtlety's precisely what makes it so durable, because the man carrying this adaptation often has no clear memory of trauma. He just has a structure, a way of operating that feels like personality rather than protection. There are several common configurations, and most men in this position will recognize at least one of them. Not all. One or two is enough to set the architecture in motion. The first is emotional unavailability in the primary environment. Not cruelty, not hostility, just absence. A father who was physically present, but emotionally unreachable. A mother who was managing her own overwhelm and couldn't attune to what the child actually needed. A household where the lights were on and the meals were cooked, but the emotional frequency was flat. Nobody yelled. Nobody hit. but nobody connected either. The child in that environment learns something specific. He learns that his emotional needs don't generate a response. Not that they're punished. That would at least be a form of contact. They're simply met with nothing. And nothing is a devastating teacher. Because the lesson isn't your needs are bad. The lesson is your needs are irrelevant. A child can survive being told no. What's harder to survive is being met with blankness. Because blankness doesn't give you anything to push against. It just teaches you to stop reaching. The second configuration is conditional approval. This one is more common than most people realize, and it's particularly prevalent in families that value achievement, discipline, or public image. In this environment, the child does receive attention and warmth, but only when he performs. Good grades produce affection. Athletic success produces pride. Compliance produces peace. And the inverse is also true. Struggle, confusion, emotional need, or failure produce withdrawal of warmth. Not punishment, necessarily. Just a cooling. A subtle but unmistakable shift in the emotional temperature of the room. The lesson here is different from the first. It's not that needs are irrelevant. It's that needs must be earned. That access to closeness is transactional. That love is a performance review. And the child who learns this becomes an adult who cannot separate his worth from his output. He doesn't know how to exist in a relationship without producing something. Rest feels dangerous. Unproductivity feels like exposure. And the idea that someone could value him independent of what he provides is not just unfamiliar, it's structurally incomprehensible. It doesn't fit the operating model. The third configuration is ridicule for sensitivity. This one tends to carry a specifically masculine signature. The boy who cried and was told to stop. The boy who expressed fear and was mocked, sometimes gently, sometimes not. The boy who showed tenderness and was met with discomfort, not always from his father, sometimes from his mother, sometimes from peers, sometimes from the culture at large. The specific source matters less than the lesson. Softness is a liability. Feeling deeply is a weakness. The interior world is not to be disclosed. What happens to a boy who learns this is precise and predictable. He doesn't stop feeling. Feelings don't obey instructions. What he does is build a partition. The feelings continue on one side. His presented self operates on the other. And over time, the partition thickens. The access point between the two narrows. Until, by adulthood, the feelings are still there, still exerting pressure, still shaping behavior, but they're experienced as vague background noise rather than actionable signals. He can't name them. He can't locate them. He just knows something is off, and he doesn't have the vocabulary or the permission to investigate what. The fourth configuration is sudden loss or betrayal. A parent who left. A family that fractured. A primary attachment figure who was reliable and then wasn't. This one is less about sustained environment and more about a single rupture that taught a lesson in one stroke. People you count on can disappear. The ground can shift without warning. And the only rational response to that, from the perspective of a young nervous system trying to make sense of the world, is to never again place your full weight on another person. To always keep a portion of yourself in reserve. To build a life where, if someone leaves, you remain standing. Not because you're unaffected, but because you engineered this structure to be self-supporting. These 4 patterns are not exhaustive. They combine. They layer. A man can carry conditional approval and emotional unavailability simultaneously. He can experience ridicule for sensitivity inside a household already shaped by sudden loss. The specific combination matters less than the convergent lesson. And the convergent lesson across all 4 configurations is this: connection costs. Control protects. That sentence is the foundation of everything that follows. It is the core operating instruction beneath the competence, beneath the discipline, beneath the carefully managed life. Connection costs. Control protects. It was learned in childhood, reinforced in adolescence, and cemented by early adult experience. And by the time a man reaches 40, it's not a belief anymore. It's infrastructure. It's the foundation his entire relational and emotional life is built on. Now, here's what makes this particularly difficult to address in high-functioning men. The adaptation works. It produces results. The man who learned to suppress his needs and channel everything into competence often becomes genuinely impressive. He's reliable. He's productive. He's capable in crisis. He handles things, and the world rewards that continuously. Every professional success, every solved problem, every managed situation reinforces the adaptation. It says, this strategy is correct. Keep going. So by the time the loneliness surfaces, if it surfaces at all, in a form he can recognize, it arrives inside a life that seems to contradict it. How can he be lonely? He's successful. He's respected. He has options. The structure appears to prove that the strategy worked. And in a narrow sense, it did. But the strategy was never designed to produce fulfillment. It was designed to prevent pain. And those are fundamentally different objectives. This brings us to what attachment wounds look like when they're housed inside a high-functioning body. And this is where most conversations about attachment get it wrong for this population. Because the standard framework assumes that attachment disturbance produces visible dysfunction, clinginess, instability, traumatic relational patterns. And for some people, it does. But for the man we're describing, attachment disturbance produces the opposite. It produces smoothness, competence, an almost frictionless social surface that people find appealing precisely because it's unthreatening. Underneath that surface, 3 things are happening simultaneously. The first is that closeness has become associated with obligation, not consciously. He doesn't think, if I let someone in, they'll burden me. It's subtler. It's a felt sense. When closeness increases, when a relationship moves from casual to meaningful, when someone begins to depend on him emotionally, when the stakes of connection rise, he experiences not warmth, but weight, a sense of something being added to his operational load. And his system responds the way it responds to any increase in load, by managing, optimizing, and eventually seeking relief. This is why the pattern of pulling away after a certain threshold of intimacy is so consistent in these men. It's not ambivalence in the way that word is usually used. It's not that he can't decide whether he wants closeness. It's that his nervous system registers closeness as a demand, and his entire architecture is built to minimize demands. So he withdraws. Not dramatically, subtly. He becomes slightly less available, slightly more focused on work, slightly harder to pin down. And if the other person notices and asks about it, he has a perfectly rational explanation. He's busy. Things are stressful. He just needs some space. And all of that may be true. But it's true in the way a locked door is true factually accurate and functionally deflective. The second thing happening underneath is that vulnerability has become associated with status loss. For most people, vulnerability is understood as a relational act showing someone a part of yourself that's undefended. For this man, vulnerability is experienced as a hierarchical event. To be vulnerable is to be exposed. To be exposed is to be at a disadvantage. And to be at a disadvantage is to be in danger. This isn't paranoia. It's a deeply learned equivalence. In his formative environment, the people who showed their soft spots got hurt. The people who maintained composure survived, and his system internalized that correlation as causation. Openness causes harm. Composure prevents it. This is why conversations about vulnerability with men in this demographic so often fail. The standard therapeutic encouragement, "It's brave to be vulnerable," doesn't land because it's framed as an emotional proposition. And this man doesn't process vulnerability emotionally. He processes it strategically. And strategically, it looks like a bad move. The third thing happening underneath is that repair has become associated with risk. In a healthy relational system, rupture and repair are a natural cycle. Two people misunderstand each other. They talk about it, they reconnect, and the bond strengthens. But for the man whose early environment did not model repair, where ruptures stayed ruptured, where misunderstandings calcified into distance, where conflict meant withdrawal rather than resolution, repair doesn't feel like a pathway to closer connection. It feels like a gamble that requires him to re-engage with the very discomfort he's organized his life to avoid. So instead of repairing, he manages. He lets small ruptures accumulate silently. He adjusts his expectations downward. He reduces his investment proportionally. And eventually, the relationship thins to the point where it can end without much disturbance. Not with a fight, with a fade. This is the pattern. Not explosive endings, but quiet erosions. Not dramatic exits, but slow, imperceptible withdrawals that leave both people wondering what happened. Now, beneath these three dynamics, closeness as obligation, vulnerability as status loss, repair as risk, there is a deeper fear. And it needs to be named precisely because it is almost universally misidentified. The fear is not loneliness. He's already alone. He's adapted to alone. Alone is his native environment. The fear is not vulnerability in the abstract. He understands, intellectually, that vulnerability exists and that other people seem to benefit from it. The fear is being seen and found insufficient. That is the core terror. Not that someone will see him. That someone will see him fully, his need, his longing, his tiredness. The parts beneath the competence, and determined that what's underneath isn't enough. That the man behind the performance is smaller, weaker, less impressive than the one on display. And that this seeing, this knowing, will lead not to compassion, but to the same result it led to originally: withdrawal, cooling, departure. So he never lets it get there. He controls the depth of access. He curates what's visible. He stays behind the competence layer, not because he's dishonest, but because he has an unexamined certainty that the competence layer is the only part of him that earns proximity. Remove it, and there's nothing worth staying for. This belief isn't spoken. It's rarely even conscious, but it runs the entire system. It's the reason he can't rest without guilt, the reason he can't receive a compliment without deflecting, the reason every relationship has an invisible ceiling he maintains without knowing he's maintaining it. You can't receive what you don't believe you're allowed to need. That line is a structural summary of how emotional suppression operates in men who have built their lives around self-sufficiency. It's not that they don't want closeness. It's not that they're incapable of love. It's that the part of them that would receive closeness has been disqualified, ruled out, not by conscious decision, but by an identity structure that equates need with deficiency. This creates what might be called a performance-based identity, and it deserves careful examination because it is the engine that drives almost everything else. A performance-based identity is one in which the self is experienced not as an inherent state, but as an ongoing project. Worth is not given, it's produced every day. Through output, through competence, through usefulness, through the visible markers of a managed life. The man living inside this identity doesn't wake up feeling valuable. He wakes up feeling that today's value has not yet been earned, and so he performs, he optimizes, he produces, not because he's a workaholic in the stereotypical sense. Some of these men aren't even particularly driven in their careers. The performance extends to everything: how the home looks, how the body functions, how the social persona reads. The entire self is a portfolio, constantly curated, constantly evaluated against an invisible standard. And here's the fracture. Inside this structure, two selves coexist and they cannot communicate. The first is the competent self. This is the one the world sees, the one that handles things, the one that performs well under pressure, makes good decisions, maintains composure. This self has social currency. It is rewarded, validated, and reinforced at every turn. The second is the needing self. This is the one that still wants to be held, that still longs for someone to ask how he's really doing and actually wait for the answer. That still carries tenderness and grief and a kind of aching openness that has nowhere to go. This self has been deemed inadmissible, not destroyed, exiled, pushed behind the competence layer where it can't interfere with operations. The fracture between these two selves is not a personality disorder. It's not pathology. It's an adaptation so common in high-functioning men that it barely registers as unusual. It just looks like being a grown-up, handling your business, not burdening people with your feelings, being solid. But the cost of maintaining that fracture is enormous, because the needing self doesn't disappear when it's exiled. It expresses itself in other ways. In the irritation spikes that seem to come from nowhere, in the restlessness that arrives at night, in the flatness of experiences that should feel meaningful, in a chronic, low-grade sense that something is missing, even when nothing technically is. Your worth became conditional, and your heart learned to stay quiet. That is not a sentimental statement. It's a description of a mechanism. When worth is contingent on output, the parts of the self that don't produce, the parts that feel, that ache, that want it demoted, they don't serve the system. And the system, above all else, must be served. Because the system is what keeps him safe. The system is what prevents the original wound from reopening. The system is what stands between him and the thing he's been avoiding since before he had language for it. So how does a man structured this way manage the gap between the life he's performing and the life he's actually experiencing? He manages it the way any intelligent, disciplined person manages a problem they're not ready to solve. He roots around it. The rooting takes predictable forms. Overwork is the most socially acceptable. The man who works 60 hours a week is not questioned. He's praised. No one asks what he's working to avoid. They ask about his productivity. They admire his discipline. The overwork serves two functions simultaneously. It produces the external validation the performance identity requires, and it fills the interior space where the loneliness would otherwise be audible. Then there's the controlled solitude gym sessions, long drives, carefully managed hobbies that involve minimal emotional exposure. These are not inherently unhealthy. Exercise is good. Hobbies are fine. But when they're arranged specifically to fill every gap in the schedule where stillness might occur, they're not recreation. They're management. They're the architectural equivalent of soundproofing, designed to keep the interior noise from reaching conscious awareness. They're scrolling. The numbing, endless scroll through content that demands nothing and provides just enough stimulation to prevent the mind from settling into the silence. This one is insidious because it masquerades as relaxation. He'd say he's unwinding, but unwinding implies there's something wound up, and if you asked him what that something is, he wouldn't be able to tell you, because the scrolling isn't addressing the tension. It's overriding it with distraction. And there are others. Pornography, which provides a simulation of intimacy without any of its demands. Alcohol, moderated enough to avoid the label of problem drinking, but consistent enough to serve as a nightly volume knob on the interior. Financial optimization as a form of control managing money with a precision that would be unnecessary if it weren't also functioning as a proxy for managing anxiety. None of these are unique to this population. Everyone uses distraction. But in high-functioning men with performance-based identities, the avoidance is so well integrated into the structure of daily life that it's invisible. It doesn't look like avoidance. It looks like discipline. It looks like routine. It looks like a well-managed life. The internal logic holding all of it in place is simple, even if it's never articulated. I'm not running from love. I'm running from the cost of love. And the cost, as his system understands it, is catastrophic. The cost is need. The cost is dependency. The cost is giving someone the power to disappoint him in a way that his Carefully constructed life is specifically designed to prevent. There's a point in any structural analysis where the surface behaviors have been fully mapped and the hidden mechanics have been exposed, and the question shifts. It shifts from what is happening to where did this begin? Not in the abstract. He already understands the childhood configurations we described earlier, but specifically, personally, in the body, in the moment that his system decided, once and for all, that needing someone was not worth the risk. This loneliness, the one he carries, but won't name, the one that shows up at 2 in the morning, or in the pause between tasks, or in the strange emptiness after a social event. This loneliness isn't about the absence of people. It's about the exile of a part of himself. He feels like he's disappearing because he built a self that survives without being held. And a self that survives without being held eventually forgets it has a shape at all. That is the identity loop closed, the first of 3. The disappearance he feels is not a failure of social connection. It's the natural consequence of an identity architecture that was designed to need nothing and has succeeded so completely that it now includes nothing. The man inside the structure is still there, but the structure has grown so thick, so seamless, so well maintained that even he can't find himself inside it anymore. So now we go to the moment the architecture crystallized. Not the childhood pattern that set it in motion, that was the foundation, but the adult moment that sealed it. The identity freeze point. The moment he stopped expecting comfort and started building a world that didn't require it. Because for most men in this position, there was a moment. A relationship that confirmed every lesson that childhood taught. A loss that cemented the strategy. A rupture that said, clearly and unmistakably, this is what happens when you let someone in. That's where the deepest layer lives. And that's where we go next. There is a difference between the wound that creates the strategy and the wound that locks it in place. The first one happens early. It happens in the family of origin, in the school hallway, in the bedroom where no one came when the door was closed. That wound teaches the lesson. It says, this is how the world works. Closeness is conditional. Need is expensive. The safest configuration is self-contained. But that wound, on its own, is not always permanent. Children are adaptive. The nervous system that learned to shut down in one environment can, under the right conditions, learn to open in another. A different relationship, a different context, a safe enough experience of being met. These can, in theory, update the operating model. The early wound creates the pattern, but it doesn't necessarily seal it. What seals it is the second wound, the adult one, the one that arrives after he's already begun, tentatively, to test whether the original lesson was universal or local, the one that lands precisely on the fault line the childhood created and confirms, with the full weight of adult experience, that the lesson was right all along. This is the wound that doesn't just hurt, it crystallizes. It takes the provisional strategy of childhood and converts it into permanent infrastructure. After this wound, the man doesn't just prefer independence, he requires it. Not as a lifestyle choice, but as a survival imperative that now has adult evidence behind it. The forms this second wound takes are varied, but they cluster around a few recognizable patterns. For many men in this demographic, it's a divorce. Not just the legal event, the entire arc. The gradual erosion of a marriage that was supposed to be the exception to the rule. He entered it cautiously, probably. Maybe it took him longer than most to commit, and when he did commit, he did it seriously. Because that's how he does everything. He brought his competence to the marriage the same way he brings it to his career, with discipline, reliability, and the expectation that effort would produce results. But effort in a relationship doesn't work the way effort works in a career. You can't outperform your way to intimacy. You can't optimize connection. And the skills that made him successful in every other domain, self-reliance, emotional containment, problem-solving under pressure, these became liabilities inside the marriage. His steadiness read as coldness. His self-sufficiency read as disinterest. His problem-solving read as dismissiveness. And the more she asked for emotional access, for the part of him that existed behind the competence, the more he experienced that request as a critique of the very thing he'd built his identity around. He wasn't wrong to feel that way. In a sense, she was asking him to dismantle his most trusted system. And he couldn't do it. Not because he didn't want to, though at times. It probably looked that way. But because the system wasn't a choice. It was architecture. Asking him to be emotionally available in the way she needed was like asking him to remove a load-bearing wall and trust the building would still stand. He couldn't see how to do it without the whole thing collapsing. So the marriage ended. Maybe quickly, maybe over years. And when it ended, the dominant narrative, the one she may have told, the one their friends may have accepted, the one the culture reinforces, was that he was emotionally unavailable, that he couldn't open up, that he was unwilling to do the work. And the part that rarely gets said is this: he was doing the only work he knew how to do. He was doing the work that had kept him functional for his entire life. And it wasn't enough. Not because it was bad work, but because it was the wrong kind of work for the problem at hand. He brought structural engineering to a task that required something else entirely, something he didn't have access to, something his system had walled off decades ago. The divorce, then, doesn't just end the marriage. It confirms the original contract. It says, you tried closeness. You tried letting someone pass the perimeter, and it failed. Not because of bad luck, not because she was wrong, but because closeness itself is the problem. You can't maintain the structure and maintain the connection. You have to choose. And since the structure is the only thing that's never failed you, the choice is already made. After a divorce like this, something shifts. It's not dramatic. There's no visible breakdown. He handles the logistics, the lawyers, the finances, the new living arrangement with the same competence he brings to everything. People remark on how well he's handling it, and he is, on the surface. But underneath, a door is closed, quietly, permanently, with the decisive click of someone who has tried the alternative and been shown, in terms his nervous system cannot argue with, that the alternative doesn't work. For other men, the crystallizing wound isn't divorce. It's a rejection that carried more weight than it should have, because it landed on the original fault line. Maybe it was a relationship that seemed like it was going somewhere. He had allowed himself incrementally to invest. Not fully. He never invests fully. That's the point, but more than usual. He let the schedule adjust. He let the phone matter. He let the other person's opinion begin to carry weight in his internal calculations. And then it ended, maybe abruptly, maybe with an explanation he found insufficient, maybe with the specific sentence that his nervous system was already primed to hear. I just don't feel a connection. Objectively, this is a normal event. Relationships end. People aren't always compatible. Adults can absorb this without crisis. But for the man carrying the original wound, this isn't a normal event. It's a confirmation. I don't feel a connection translates through the filter of his architecture into the thing behind the competence isn't enough. What I actually am, when I let someone see past the operational layer, doesn't generate a response. And that translation lands in the exact same place the childhood wound landed in the experience of being met with blankness, of reaching and finding nothing there. He won't frame it that way. He'll frame it rationally. It wasn't right. We weren't compatible. I'm fine, and he is fine, in the operational sense, but something is sealed. A degree of freedom has been removed. The range of motion in his emotional life has narrowed by another increment. And the narrowing is permanent, because each time it happens, the evidence base grows. The pattern becomes more statistically significant. And the conclusion connection costs, control protects, becomes less like a belief and more like a law. For others, the second wound is an abandonment. Not romantic, necessarily. Sometimes it's a friend who disappeared. Sometimes it's a family member who sided against him during a conflict and never came back. Sometimes it's the slow, accumulating abandonment of a social world that moved on while he held position. People got married. People had kids. People developed lives that had less and less room for the single man who was always okay, always self-sufficient, always fine. This form of the second wound is particularly insidious because it's not acute. There's no single event to point to. It's more like a tide going out. 1 year, there are 6 people he can call, then 4, then 2. Then the calls stop being calls and become texts, and the texts become sporadic, and the sporadic texts become annual check-ins that both parties perform out of residual obligation rather than genuine connection. He doesn't grieve this visibly. He adjusts. He fills the spaces those people occupied with work or routine or silence. And the adjustment is so smooth, so seamless, that no one notices, least of all him, that the world has gotten smaller. Not because he was pushed out, but because he never pushed back. He never said, "I miss you." He never said, "I need this to keep going," because saying those things would violate the contract. And the contract, by now, is the most fundamental document in his psychological constitution. There is a specific moment inside each of these configurations. The divorce, the rejection, the slow abandonment that deserves precise naming. It is not the moment of greatest pain. It is the moment of greatest decision. the moment when the nervous system, processing the cumulative evidence, issues a final ruling. Stop expecting comfort. That is the identity freeze moment. It doesn't feel like a decision when it happens. It feels like clarity, like the end of an argument he's been having with himself for decades. Part of him wanted to believe the original lesson was wrong, that closeness was possible, that need was safe, that someone could be trusted with the parts of him that aren't performing. And the second wound ends that argument. It doesn't end it with bitterness, necessarily. It ends it with a kind of quiet resignation that settles into the body and stays there. After the identity freeze, the man doesn't harden. That word implies a dramatic transformation, a visible shift from open to closed. What actually happens is subtler and more durable. He pauses. The part of him that was still, even cautiously, oriented toward connection goes still. It stops reaching. It stops expecting. It enters a holding pattern that was designed to be temporary, but becomes permanent by default. Because nothing arrives to interrupt it, he didn't harden. He paused. And then no one came to tell him it was time to resume. The compounding effect of this second wound on top of the first is what creates the structure that's so resistant to change in men over 40. It's not a single injury. It's a layered system. The childhood wound creates the strategy. The adult wound cements it. And the cemented strategy then generates a life that continuously reinforces itself. He avoids closeness, which means he doesn't encounter experiences that might disconfirm the belief, which means the belief remains intact, which means he continues avoiding closeness. The loop is airtight, and from inside it, it doesn't feel like a loop. It feels like wisdom. There's a particular casualty of this loop that deserves separate attention. It's the loss of repair trust. In any functioning relational system, repair is the mechanism that allows closeness to survive conflict. Two people who can rupture and come back together develop a deeper bond than two people who never rupture at all. The experience of being hurt, addressing it, and being met with accountability and care, that experience builds a kind of relational confidence that cannot be developed any other way. It's the evidence that the connection can hold. For the man who has been through the second wound, repair trust is the first thing to go. Because the second wound is almost always an experience of unrepaired rupture. The marriage that ended without resolution. The relationship that was terminated rather than worked through. The friendship that faded without either party naming what was happening. In each case, the rupture stood. Nobody came back. Nobody said, "Let's figure this out." The message was clear. If it breaks, it stays broken. And the man internalized that message totally. If it breaks, it stays broken. Which means never let it break. Which means never let it get close enough to be breakable. Which means control the depth, manage the exposure. Keep the relationship in a zone where rupture is impossible because investment is insufficient. This produces something counterintuitive. He doesn't avoid intimacy because he doesn't want it. He avoids repair more than he avoids intimacy. The idea of having a difficult conversation, of sitting in the discomfort of misunderstanding, of needing something from someone and having to articulate that need clearly and wait for a response. That process feels more threatening than solitude. Solitude is predictable. Repair is not. And predictability is the only form of safety his system recognizes. So now we arrive at the thing he carries but won't name. The thing that shows up at night, in the car, in the pause between tasks. The thing that isn't sadness, isn't depression, isn't anxiety, but lives in the same neighborhood as all three. It needs to be named precisely, because imprecise naming gives him an excuse to dismiss it. It's not loneliness. That word is too broad, too soft, too associated with a condition he can manage. He knows how to be alone. He's been alone. He's good at it. Loneliness, as the culture uses the term, implies a solvable problem. Go out more, meet people, join something. He's done that. It doesn't touch the thing we're talking about. The more accurate word is unclaimed. He is unclaimed. Not in the romantic sense, not waiting for someone to complete him. In the existential sense, there is no one in his life for whom he is the first call. No one whose day is organized, even partially, around his presence. No one who would notice, within hours, if he went quiet. He exists in a network of acquaintances, colleagues, maybe a few friends, but in none of those relationships is he held. He is known about, but not known. Present, but not claimed. Visible, but unwitnessed. That word unwitnessed is the one that usually lands. Because being witnessed is not the same as being seen. Plenty of people see him. They see his competence, his composure, his managed exterior. But witnessing is different. Witnessing is seeing the whole thing, the managed exterior and the unmanaged interior, and staying. Witnessing is what happens when someone says, not with words, but with consistent presence, I see what's behind the performance, and I'm still here. He hasn't been witnessed in years, maybe decades, maybe ever. And the absence of that witnessing produces a very specific somatic signature. It's not the dramatic ache of acute loneliness. It's more architectural than that. It's a heaviness in the chest that's always there, but only noticed in stillness. A chronic tension in the jaw that he attributes to stress, but that has more to do with the constant effort of holding things in. A shallow breathing pattern that restricts the chest from expanding fully, because full expansion requires a kind of internal permission that his system revoked long ago. And the insomnia. The particular kind of insomnia that isn't about inability to sleep, but about inability to stop scanning. The nervous system on low alert, maintaining the perimeter, even at 3 a.m. when there's nothing to protect against. You can live decades without being truly known. That is a factual statement. It is survivable. Men prove it every day. They go to work, maintain their health, manage their finances, and move through the world without anyone having access to their interior. It is possible to live an entire adult life in this configuration, but survivable and livable are not the same category. A life can be sustained without ever being inhabited. And the man we're describing, the one who is listening to this right now, with a recognition he may not be, willing to fully admit he knows the difference. He may not have language for it. He may not have anyone to say it to, but he knows. Something in his body knows. Something in the silence after the screen goes dark knows. Something in the 2 a.m. wakefulness knows he is surviving. He is not living. And the distance between those two is the architecture we've been mapping. Now the question turns, not to solutions. That word is wrong, and he'd resist it anyway. Solutions imply problems, and he doesn't experience his life as a problem. He experiences it as a structure with an unacceptable cost that he's been absorbing silently for years. The question turns to the mechanism that keeps the structure in place despite the cost. And that mechanism is control. Control is the currency of this architecture. It's the medium through which every other adaptation operates. The managed schedule, the curated self-presentation, the emotional perimeter, the careful rationing of access. All of it is control. And control, for this man, is not a personality trait. It's a survival function. It's the thing that stands between him and the experiences his nervous system has categorized as existentially threatening: need, dependency, loss. But here's what control actually does at the structural level. It doesn't protect him from loss. It protects him from wanting, because wanting is the precondition for loss. You can only be disappointed by something you hoped for. You can only be abandoned by someone you allowed to matter. And you can only be hurt by closeness if you permitted closeness to exist in the first place. Control eliminates the precondition. It doesn't stop the loss. It stops the wanting that would make loss possible. Controlled schedule. This prevents unstructured time, which is where longing surfaces. If every hour is accounted for, there's no space for the ache to become audible. The schedule isn't just organizational. It's emotional soundproofing. Controlled image. This prevents the real self from being seen, which prevents the real self from being evaluated, which prevents the possibility of being found insufficient. The image is not vanity. It's a buffer zone between who he is and what others are allowed to assess. Controlled depth. This prevents any relationship from reaching the threshold where repair might become necessary, where dependency might form, where loss would carry genuine weight. Together, these three forms of control create a life that is insulated from emotional risk. And insulation is the point. The architecture was never designed to produce fulfillment. It was designed to prevent catastrophe. And by that measure, it has been spectacularly successful. He has not been catastrophically hurt since the second wound. He has not been abandoned in a way that shattered him. He has not experienced the kind of loss that the early environment taught him was the inevitable consequence of need. But he has also not been held, not been known, not been met in the way that the exiled part of him still, quietly, desperately, wants. And here is the controlled destabilization. It needs to be delivered carefully because it challenges one of his most protected beliefs. His standards in relationships, in friendship, in how he evaluates whether someone is worth his investment may not be what he thinks they are. He frames them as discernment, high standards, knowing what he wants. And that framing is partially true. He is discerning. He does have a clear sense of what works and what doesn't, but standards can serve two functions simultaneously. They can select for quality, and they can select against vulnerability. When every potential partner is evaluated for compatibility, with a precision that leaves no room for surprise, no room for the irrational pull of genuine attraction, no room for the mess that real connection inevitably involves. That's not discernment. That's pre-screening for emotional safety. That's using standards as a filtration system designed to ensure that no one who might actually reach him ever gets through. His standards may be protecting him from love. That is not an accusation. It's a structural observation. And it applies not just to romantic relationships, but to friendships, to mentoring, to any form of connection that would require him to be reachable. The standards are the outermost ring of the control system. They operate before a relationship even begins, screening out the people who might destabilize the architecture. And they do it so efficiently, so rationally, that it never registers as avoidance. It registers as selectivity, but selectivity and avoidance produce the same outcome. He remains alone, and the aloneness continues to confirm the belief, and the belief continues to generate the control, and the control continues to produce the standards, and the system perpetuates. So now we face the fear directly, not the one he acknowledges, not the preference for solitude, not the discomfort with emotional processing, not the practical challenges of finding a compatible partner. Those are real, but they're surface level. Beneath them is the structural fear, and it needs to be named with the precision it deserves. The fear is not vulnerability. He can be vulnerable in controlled doses. He can share a difficult experience if the context feels safe enough and the stakes are low enough. Vulnerability in the abstract doesn't terrify him. What terrifies him is dependency. Vulnerability is being seen. Dependency is needing. Being seen is a one-time event. It happens, it passes, the exposure ends. But dependency is ongoing. Dependency means that someone's presence has become structurally important, that his well-being is now partially contingent on another person's behavior, that the removal of that person would not just sadden him, it would destabilize him. It would breach the architecture. And breaching the architecture is the one thing the entire system was designed to prevent. Dependency means power given away. It means that someone else has leverage, not because they'd use it maliciously, but because the structure of caring gives them the ability to hurt him, whether they intend to or not. It means humiliation risk. Because to need someone and have that need be unmet, in his framework, the most exposed position a person can occupy. And it means grief risk, because if he lets someone become structurally important and they leave, by choice, by death, by the slow drift that characterizes so many relationships, he will experience not just sadness, but architectural failure. The thing he built to prevent catastrophe will have failed, and he will be back where he started, unprotected, needing, and alone. That is what he's actually afraid of, not being alone. He can handle alone. He's been handling alone for years. He's afraid of realizing he wanted someone, and no one came. That fear is the engine of the entire system. Every behavior, every adaptation, every form of control, every managed relationship, every pre-screened partner, every deflected compliment, every unreturned text, all of it traces back to this single, unacknowledged terror that he will allow himself to want. that he will extend himself toward another human being, and that the extension will be met with the same blindness that the original wound taught him to expect. The loneliness he carries is not a symptom. It is the cost of a successful defense against that fear. He chose not consciously, not once, but through 1,000 incremental decisions to pay the price of disconnection rather than risk the price of dependency. And the ledger from inside the system still looks favorable. Disconnection is chronic but manageable. Dependency is acute and potentially catastrophic. But the ledger is wrong. Not because disconnection is worse than he thinks he knows exactly how bad it is, even if he won't say it, but because the catastrophe he's defending against has already happened. He's already alone. He's already unwitnessed. He's already living the very outcome the system was built to prevent. The defense consumed the thing it was designed to protect. Connection feels expensive because closeness activates the part of him that was trained to expect loss. Every time someone gets near, the early architecture sounds an alarm. Not a loud one, he's too regulated for that. A quiet one, a tightening, a pulling back, a subtle repositioning that increases distance by just enough to keep the system below the threshold where dependency might form. And he does this so reflexively, so automatically, that he doesn't experience it as fear. He experiences it as preference. I like my space. I value my independence. I'm just not sure she's right for me. These statements are true, and they are also the voice of an alarm system so well integrated that it sounds exactly like his own thoughts. So now the question becomes unavoidable. If he won't numb because he's been numbing, and it's produced a life he can maintain but not inhabit. If he won't perform, because performance has been his primary relational mode, and it's generated a series of connections that are structurally shallow regardless of how long they last. If he won't run because running is what he's been doing, not physically but emotionally, since the second wound sealed the architecture. If he won't do any of those things, then what? That question doesn't have a simple answer. It doesn't have a 5-step answer. It doesn't have an inspirational answer, but it has a structural one. And the structural answer requires dismantling some of the most deeply held assumptions in his psychological system and replacing them not with their opposite, not with softness as ideology, not with emotional performance, but with something more precise. Something that preserves the parts of the architecture that actually work while removing the parts that are costing him his life. That reconstruction is what comes next. And it begins with redefining the term he's most identified with and most trapped by: strength. Strength, as he understands it, is the capacity to endure without assistance, to absorb impact without visible deformation, to manage difficulty without externalizing the cost. By this definition, he is exceptionally strong. He has been absorbing impact for decades. He has managed difficulty that would have broken less disciplined men. He has endured losses, transitions, and quiet devastations without ever once making them someone else's problem. And that definition of strength is killing him. Not quickly, not dramatically, but structurally. Because the definition contains a hidden axiom that he's never examined, that strength and need are mutually exclusive, that the presence of need indicates the absence of strength, that to require something from another person comfort, witness, presence, care is to have failed at the project of being a competent man. This axiom was installed early. It was reinforced by the culture he grew up in, by the family system that shaped him, by every interaction that rewarded his self-sufficiency and ignored his interior. And by now, it's so deeply embedded that questioning it feels not like intellectual exploration, but like structural threat. If strength and need can coexist, then his entire operating model requires revision. And revision of an operating model that has kept him functional for 40+ years is not a casual undertaking. But the axiom is false, and its falseness can be demonstrated not through emotional argument, but through structural analysis. Consider what his definition of strength actually requires. It requires that the emotional processing system, the part of the brain that registers longing, loss, grief, tenderness, fear, be permanently suppressed in favor of the executive function system, the part that plans, manages, solves, and controls. This is not a sustainable configuration. It's an emergency configuration. It's the psychological equivalent of running on a backup generator. It works. It keeps the lights on. But it was never designed to power the whole building indefinitely. And the longer it runs, the more it degrades the systems it's bypassing. The irritation spikes he experiences, the disproportionate anger at small frustrations. Those are pressure releases from the suppressed system. The emotional processing that's been denied a direct outlet finds an indirect one. Irritation is the only emotion that performance identity permits, because irritation can be framed as reasonable. It's directed outward. It's about standards, about incompetence, about things not being done correctly. It doesn't require vulnerability. It doesn't expose need. It just vents pressure in the one direction the system allows. The flatness he feels, the muted pleasure, the dampened joy, the inability to feel fully engaged by experiences that should be meaningful, that's not a mood disorder. That's the cost of running the suppression system continuously. Because emotional suppression is not selective. You cannot suppress grief without also suppressing joy. You cannot wall off longing without also walling off delight. The system that dulls the pain also dulls the pleasure. It's a single dimmer switch, not a set of individual controls. When he turned it down to manage the hurt, everything else went down with it. The insomnia, the 2 a.m. scanning, the inability to fully release into rest, that's the nervous system maintaining the perimeter. Sleep requires surrender. It requires the executive system to step down and allow the body to enter a state of unguarded receptivity. But his system doesn't do unguarded. Unguarded is precisely the state the architecture was built to prevent. So the nervous system keeps a low-level watch, even when there's nothing to watch for. The sentinel doesn't know the war is over. It's still on post, still scanning, still waiting for the threat that the conscious mind long ago categorized as resolved. All of these, the irritation, the flatness, the insomnia, are not separate problems. They're symptoms of a single structural condition, the sustained operation of an emergency configuration, as though it were a permanent one. His strength, as he's defined it, requires this configuration. And the configuration is producing deterioration that he can feel but cannot name and has no framework to address. So the definition needs to be revised. Not abandoned, revised, because the capacity to endure is real. The discipline is real. The competence is real. These are not illusions. They are genuine capabilities that have served him in genuine ways. But they are not the whole of strength. They are one dimension of it. And a strength that operates in only one dimension eventually becomes a constraint. Mature strength, the kind that actually sustains a life rather than just maintaining one, is not the absence of need. It's the capacity to need without being destroyed by the needing. It's the ability to hold discomfort without being organized by it. It's the willingness to remain present in situations that the emergency system would prefer to exit, not because presence is comfortable, but because presence is where the actual information lives. This is where most conversations about masculinity and strength go wrong, and it's important to identify precisely where and why. The therapeutic culture's version of this conversation says, be vulnerable, open up, share your feelings, let people in. And that framing, while not entirely wrong, is calibrated for a different population. It's calibrated for people whose primary problem is suppression due to shame people who want to open up but feel they can't. For those people, permission to be vulnerable is genuinely liberating. But for the man we're describing, the problem isn't permission, it's architecture. He doesn't need someone to tell him it's okay to have feelings. He needs to understand why his system categorizes feelings as operational threats, and to develop an alternative framework that doesn't require him to become someone he's not. The motivational culture's version says, be a king, embrace your masculine power, dominate your reality. And that framing, while seductive, is the architectural equivalent of adding more weight to an already overstressed foundation. It doesn't address the structural problem. It glorifies it. It takes the emergency configuration and relabels it as a design feature. It says, the thing that's slowly killing you is actually your greatest asset. Keep going. Neither of these frameworks works for this man because neither of them respects his actual architecture. The first one asks him to demolish the structure without offering a replacement. The second one asks him to worship the structure without acknowledging its cost. What's needed is something that does neither. Something that examines the structure with the same precision he'd apply to any system he was responsible for, identifies what's load-bearing and what's dead weight, preserves what works, and modifies what doesn't. Not an emotional revolution. An architectural revision. The first revision involves understanding what emotional authority actually means, as opposed to what emotional suppression has been masquerading as. Emotional suppression says, don't feel that. Eliminate the signal. Keep the system clean. It treats emotional data as noise irrelevant, distracting, potentially destabilizing. And for a man whose early environment punished emotional expression, this makes perfect sense. The signal was punished, so the system learned to eliminate the signal. Emotional authority says something different. It says, feel that, name it accurately, and decide what to do with it. It treats emotional data as information relevant, sometimes uncomfortable, but structurally useful. Emotional authority doesn't mean acting on every feeling. It doesn't mean expressing every internal state. It means having access to the full range of internal signals and exercising judgment about which ones to act on, which ones to communicate, and which ones to simply observe. The difference is not one of intensity, but of relationship. Under suppression, a man's relationship to his emotional life is adversarial. Feelings are threats to be managed. Under authority, the relationship is managerial in a different sense. Not suppressive, but executive. The feelings report to him. He doesn't report to them, and he doesn't eliminate them to maintain control. He maintains control by accurately understanding what they're telling him. This distinction matters practically, not just philosophically, because the man operating under suppression is actually less in control than he thinks. The feelings he's suppressing don't disappear. They influence his behavior from beneath the surface, through the irritation spikes, through the avoidance patterns, through the reflexive withdrawal from closeness. He thinks he's in control because the feelings aren't visible. But invisible influence is still influence. An influence without awareness is the opposite of control. Emotional authority restores actual control by making the invisible visible, not dramatically, not through cathartic release or emotional flooding, through quiet, consistent recognition. This is what I feel. This is what it's signaling. This is what I choose to do about it. The practical expression of emotional authority is not spilling. It's staying. It's the capacity to remain in a conversation that's uncomfortable without exiting, deflecting, or problem solving. It's the ability to hold someone's distress without immediately trying to fix it, not because fixing is wrong, but because the impulse to fix is often the suppression system's attempt to restore operational stability as quickly as possible. Sometimes what's needed isn't a solution, it's presence. And presence under discomfort is the highest expression of the strength he already has. This is not a soft reframe. This is a harder, more demanding version of strength than the one he's been practicing. Endurance without access is a known quantity. He's been doing it for decades. He's mastered it. But presence with access remaining in the room, emotionally and not just physically, while the feelings are love, that requires a capacity he's spent his adult life avoiding, not because he's weak, because the architecture told him this capacity would destroy him, and he believed it. And the architecture was wrong. The second revision involves integrating the parts of himself that the performance identity exiled. There's a useful framework here that doesn't require therapeutic language or clinical labeling. Think of the internal system as having two primary operators. The first is the protector. This is the competence layer, the part that manages, controls, plans, solves, and maintains the exterior. The protector is not a villain. It's the reason he's still functional. It's the reason he survived the original wound and the second wound and everything in between. Without the protector, the architecture would have collapsed years ago. The protector deserves recognition, not dismantling. The second operator is the exile. This is the part that was sent away. The tenderness, the longing, the need, the capacity for surrender. The part that once reached toward other people and was trained to stop reaching. The exile didn't leave voluntarily. It was removed because its presence threatened the protector's ability to do its job. In an environment where need was punished and softness was dangerous, the protector made a rational decision. The exile had to go. The problem is that the protector is still making that decision every day, even though the environment has changed, even though the man is no longer a child in a household where need was dangerous, even though he now has the resources, the competence, and the psychological durability to absorb the risks that closeness involves. The protector doesn't know the environment has changed. It's still running the original protocol, and the exile is still locked out. Integration doesn't mean putting the exile in charge. That would be structural chaos, the emotional equivalent of handing the controls to a part of the system that hasn't been operational in decades. It would produce the very instability the protector was designed to prevent. Integration means something more precise. It means the protector stops being the sole operator. It means the exile gets a voice, not the steering wheel, but a seat at the table. It means that when the man feels the pull toward someone, the protector doesn't automatically override it. Instead, there's a moment of consultation, a brief internal pause with a signal from the exile. This person matters. This connection is real. This feeling is worth attending to, is heard, evaluated, and incorporated into the decision rather than suppressed before it can register. This sounds small. It is small. And that's the point. Integration doesn't happen through breakthrough moments or dramatic emotional events. It happens through the accumulation of small moments where the exile signal is permitted to exist without being immediately overridden. Each such moment is a minor architectural revision, and over time, the minor revisions compound into a structural shift. The man doesn't become a different person. He doesn't become emotional in the way the culture stereotypically means. He doesn't start crying in public or sharing his feelings unsolicited or performing vulnerability for social approval. He becomes something more subtle and more structurally significant. He becomes reachable. Reachable is the operative word, not emotional. Reachable. It means that when someone extends toward him, there's something there to meet them. Not the performance layer, not the competence exterior, the actual person underneath. The one who has been in there the whole time, exiled but intact, waiting for the architecture to develop enough confidence to let him exist in the open. You don't need to become emotional. You need to become reachable. That shift from emotional as the goal to reachable as the goal is critical for this population. Because emotional carries connotations he'll reject, and rightly so. It implies loss of control, public display, therapeutic performance. Reachable carries none of those connotations. Reachable is a structural property. It means the system allows contact. That's all. Not flooding. Not collapse. Contact. The third revision involves learning to receive. And this one is harder than it sounds, because the architecture has been configured for output, not input. He knows how to give. He knows how to provide, to solve, to contribute, to be useful. These are the channels through which the performance identity operates, and they flow in one direction, outward. Receiving requires the opposite channel. It requires allowing something in, a compliment, an offer of help, a gesture of care, a moment where someone sees him and he doesn't deflect, dismiss, or redirect the attention to something more comfortable. Receiving requires staying still while something is given. And staying still, in his architecture, is one of the most threatening postures imaginable. Because stillness is when the exile's voice is loudest. Stillness is when the longing surfaces. Stillness is when the control system has nothing to manage and must simply be present with whatever's there. This is why compliments bounce off him. Not because he doesn't hear them, because receiving them would require him to momentarily accept that his value exists independent of his output, that someone is responding not to what he does, but to who he is. And that acceptance would crack the foundation of the performance identity, which holds that value is always earned, never given. So the compliment arrives and is immediately deflected. Thanks, but it wasn't that hard. Oh, that was nothing. Anyone would have done the same. These deflections are not modesty. They're defensive maneuvers. They keep the performance identity intact by ensuring that no external validation reaches the level of the self where it might actually be absorbed. Learning to receive is not about gratitude practice or affirmation exercises. It's about tolerating the discomfort of being valued without having produced something to justify the valuation. That discomfort is real. It's not a small thing. For a man whose entire identity is built on output equals worth, being valued for nothing, for presence alone, for simply being, is structurally disorienting. It doesn't compute. It doesn't fit the model. And that's exactly why it matters. Because the model needs an input that doesn't compute. The model needs data that violates its assumptions. Without that violation, the model remains closed, self-referencing, perpetually confirming its own conclusions. An input that doesn't fit the model is not a bug. It's the beginning of revision. So the practice is straightforward, even if it's not easy. When someone offers something, a compliment, help, concern, warmth, instead of deflecting, he stays still for one additional second. He lets the input land. He doesn't have to agree with it. He doesn't have to express emotion about it. He just has to let it exist inside his awareness without immediately routing it through the deflection system. 1 second, that's the beginning, and it sounds trivial. But for a man whose architecture has been configured to deflect all incoming warmth for decades, 1 second of receiving is a structural event. It's the first revision to a system that has been running unchallenged since before he had language for what it was doing. The fourth revision is perhaps the most important, and it concerns the question that has been running underneath everything else. What is his life for? Not in the motivational sense. What's his purpose? What's his passion? What gets him out of bed? Those questions are surface level, and he's already answered them. His career, his routines, his projects. He has things to do. That was never the issue. The question is deeper. It's existential. And it's the one his architecture was specifically designed to prevent him from asking, because the honest answer threatens the entire system. The question is, what does this life mean without a witness? He has built something. It's real. It functions. By any objective measure, it's an accomplishment. But accomplishment without witness has a particular quality to it. It's solid but hollow. It earns respect, but not connection. It generates admiration from a distance, but not intimacy at any range. And over time, over years, over decades, the absence of witness doesn't just reduce the enjoyment of the accomplishment. It begins to erode the sense that the accomplishment matters at all. This is the existential crisis that doesn't look like a crisis. There's no breakdown, no sudden reevaluation, just a slow, creeping suspicion that the things he's optimized his life around, success, stability, autonomy, are necessary, but not sufficient. That they form the structure of a meaningful life without actually producing meaning. And that meaning, as it turns out, is not a product of achievement. It's a product of alignment. Alignment between what he does and what he actually values. Between how he spends his time and what he would choose if the performance identity weren't running the selection process. Between the self he presents and the self he actually is. Most men in this position have never asked themselves what they actually value, independent of what the performance identity requires. They've been so busy maintaining the structure that the question of whether the structure serves them, rather than the reverse, has never been seriously posed. Meaning isn't found by being admired. Meaning is built by being aligned. And alignment requires access to the exile, because the exile is where the authentic preferences live. The protector knows what's safe. The protector knows what's efficient. The protector knows what produces validation and minimizes exposure. But the exile knows what he actually wants. Not what he should want. Not what the optimized life requires. What he wants. That information has been unavailable for so long that he may not even recognize it when it surfaces. It might feel irrational. It might feel childish. It might feel threatening. He might want things that don't fit the portfolio. A quieter life, a less impressive career, a connection that has no strategic value, a form of rest that produces nothing. And the protector will resist these wants because they don't serve the system. They serve the person. And in the architecture he's built, the person and the system have been so thoroughly conflated that serving one at the expense of the other feels like self-destruction. But it's not. It's differentiation. It's the process of separating who he is from what he's built. And it's the beginning of a life that's not just maintained, but actually lived. There is a particular kind of grief that accompanies the recognition we've been building toward. It's not the grief of losing something. It's the grief of realizing what was never built. The man who arrives at this point in the analysis doesn't look back and see a catastrophe. He sees a life that worked, a life that functioned at a high level, a life that earned respect and maintained stability and solved problems and endured hardship with composure. And he sees, beneath all of that, a hollowness that no amount of competence could fill, because the hollowness was never a competence problem. It was an access problem. The part of him that could have filled it was removed from service before he was old enough to understand what was happening. This grief is unusual because it doesn't have a clear object. He can't point to a single loss and say, "That's what I'm mourning." What he's mourning is diffuse. It's the accumulated absence of something that was never present. The relationships that might have deepened if his system had allowed depth. The moments of genuine rest that might have occurred if rest hadn't felt like vulnerability. The conversations that might have happened if his architecture hadn't categorized honesty as exposure. He's not grieving something taken. He's grieving something that was structurally prevented from existing. This kind of grief doesn't resolve the way acute grief does. Acute grief has a trajectory shock, pain, adjustment, integration. This grief is more like weather. It comes and goes. It shows up unexpectedly in a conversation that accidentally touches something real, in a film that catches him off guard, in the quiet of a Sunday afternoon when the schedule has an unplanned gap. And because it doesn't follow the expected grief trajectory, he often doesn't recognize it as grief at all. He categorizes it as restlessness or boredom or low-grade dissatisfaction. And then he manages it the way he manages everything. He fills the gap. He adjusts the schedule. He moves on. But this grief, if it's allowed to exist without being managed, carries information. It's the exile's voice. It's the suppressed self-signaling that something matters. Not in a dramatic way, not a breakdown, not a revelation, not a transformative moment. In a quiet way, a persistent way, the way water signals its presence through the slow darkening of stone. The grief says, something was supposed to be here, not a specific person, not a specific relationship, a quality of experience, a texture of living that includes being known. And its absence, however competently managed, is the central structural deficit of his life. The temptation at this point, and it's a temptation the architecture actively promotes, is to convert the grief into a project, to take the insight and immediately operationalize it. Okay, so I need connection. Let me optimize for that. Let me approach it the way I approach everything else, with a strategy, with measurable outcomes, with clear criteria for success. This impulse is understandable. It's the performance identity doing what it does, taking a felt experience and converting it into a task, and it will fail. Not because strategy is wrong, but because the impulse to strategize is itself a form of avoidance. It moves the experience from the body, where it lives, where it carries its actual weight, into the mind, where it can be managed, analyzed, and ultimately diffused. And diffusing it is exactly what the architecture wants, because the architecture interprets grief as a threat, and threats are to be neutralized. What's needed instead is something the architecture doesn't know how to do, staying with the feeling without converting it into action. Not wallowing. There's nothing productive about wallowing, and this man isn't built for it anyway. But staying, allowing the grief to occupy space without immediately moving to resolve it, letting the signal exist without translating it into strategy. This is where emotional authority becomes practical rather than theoretical, because staying with a feeling that has no clear resolution, that doesn't produce an action item, that doesn't lead to a measurable outcome, requires the very capacity the architecture was designed to prevent. It requires the executive system to stand down temporarily and allow the emotional system to operate without oversight. Not forever, not uncontrollably, for a few minutes, in the car, on the couch, in the early morning when the schedule hasn't started yet. The man who can do this, who can sit with his grief for 5 minutes without managing, it has accomplished something more structurally significant than anything his performance identity has ever produced. Because he's demonstrated to his own nervous system that emotional experience is survivable, that feeling something doesn't lead to collapse, that the exile's voice can be heard without the building falling down. That demonstration is the beginning of trust. Not trust in another person that comes later, and it comes slowly. Trust in himself. Trust that his system can hold more than it's been holding. That the architecture can accommodate input that it was designed to reject. That he is, in fact, more durable than the emergency configuration has been telling him. Now, let's address something directly. Because at this point in the conversation, there's a specific form of resistance that tends to arise, and it needs to be met with precision rather than dismissed. The resistance goes something like this. I understand all of this intellectually. I can see the pattern. I can trace the architecture, but knowing it doesn't change anything. I've known something was off for years. Understanding the mechanism doesn't seem to produce a different outcome. This resistance is legitimate. It's not deflection. It's an accurate observation about the limits of insight alone. Understanding a pattern is not the same as changing it. And the man who has spent his life in his head analyzing, strategizing, problem-solving is particularly susceptible to the illusion that understanding equals resolution. It doesn't. Understanding is the map. It is not the territory. The architecture we've been describing doesn't live in the mind. It lives in the body. It lives in the nervous system's automatic responses, in the tightening of the chest when someone gets too close, in the reflexive withdrawal when a conversation moves toward emotional territory, in the jaw that clenches without conscious instruction, in the shallow breathing pattern that restricts expansion. These responses were encoded at a level deeper than thought, and they will not be revised by thought alone. This is not an argument for bypassing the intellect. The intellect is essentially provides the framework that makes the somatic work legible. Without understanding the architecture, the body's responses are just noise. With understanding, they become data. But the revision itself, the actual changing of the automatic responses, happens in the body, not in the analysis. This is where the conversation about practice becomes necessary. Not therapeutic homework, not emotional exercises that feel contrived. Practice in the specific, structural, sense-repeated encounters with experiences that the architecture has been designed to prevent, conducted at a scale small enough to be tolerable. The man who can't receive a compliment doesn't need to practice radical vulnerability. He needs to practice staying still for one additional beat when warmth is offered. One beat. The architecture will register even that as a threat, because any deviation from the deflection pattern triggers the alarm. But one beat is survivable. And when the alarm sounds and nothing bad happens, when the compliment is received and the building doesn't collapse, the nervous system records a data point. A small one. An insufficient one on its own to revise the entire system, but one data point among what will eventually be many. The man who can't ask for help doesn't need to start calling people at 3 in the morning with his existential crisis. He needs to ask for one small thing, a recommendation, a favor that costs nothing, a moment of reliance that's so low stakes the architecture barely flags it. And when he asks, and the response is normal, when help is given without judgment, without the power shift he expected, without the status loss his system predicted, another data point is recorded. The man who can't stay in difficult conversations doesn't need to sign up for couples therapy he's not ready for. He needs to stay in one conversation for 30 seconds longer than his system wants him to. 30 seconds past the point where the exit impulse fires. And in those 30 seconds, he needs to notice what happens. Not analyze it, notice it. The tightening. The urge to solve. The desire to redirect. And he needs to let those responses exist without acting on them. Not suppressing them. That would just be the old architecture wearing new clothes. Observing them. Letting them be present without letting them drive. This is what change actually looks like in men with this architecture. It doesn't look like transformation. It doesn't look like breakthrough. It looks like a series of imperceptibly small structural modifications that accumulate over months and years into a system that operates differently. Not because it was overhauled, but because it was updated. One data point at a time. One tolerated experience at a time. One moment of staying when the system said leave. The speed of this process frustrates the performance identity enormously. Because the performance identity operates on efficiency, it wants results. It wants metrics. It wants to know that the investment of effort will produce a proportional return. And this work doesn't operate that way. The returns are non-linear. For weeks or months, nothing seems to change. The architecture resists. The automatic responses persist. And then, without warning, something shifts. A conversation that would have triggered withdrawal doesn't. A compliment that would have been deflected lands. A moment of closeness that would have produced anxiety produces instead a brief and unfamiliar sense of being okay. Not happy. Not transformed. Okay. And okay, for a man who has been running the emergency configuration for decades, is a revolution. There's a parallel process that needs attention here because it operates on a different time scale and addresses a different dimension of the problem. The practices we've been discussing, receiving, staying, tolerating closeness, these address the relational dimension. They rebuild the capacity for contact. But the existential dimension, the question of what his life means, what it's organized around, whether it's aligned, that requires a different kind of work. Not somatic, reflective. This man has been building for years, for decades. He's been adding to the structured career achievements, financial milestones, physical maintenance, logistical optimization. He's been so focused on construction that he never stopped to evaluate whether the building serves the person living in it. And that evaluation is the existential work. It begins with the distinction that the performance identity resists violently, the difference between admiration and alignment. Admiration is external. It's the recognition he receives from others for the things he's produced. It's the respect his competence earns. It's the social currency of being a man who handles things. Admiration feels good. It validates the performance identity's investment. It confirms that the strategy is working. But admiration is also impersonal. It's directed at the product, not the person. People admire his output, his results, his composure. They're responding to the performance layer, to the curated exterior that the architecture maintains. And because the admiration is directed at the performance rather than the self, it never reaches the part of him that's actually starving. It feeds the protector. It doesn't reach the exile. Alignment is internal. It's the correspondence between how he spends his time and what he actually values when the performance identity isn't selecting the values for him. And this is where it gets uncomfortable, because the performance identity has been selecting his values for so long that he may not know what his actual values are. He knows what the system values: productivity, optimization, status maintenance, risk management. These are the values of the protector, the values of a survival architecture operating as though the emergency is still active. But what does he value? Not the system. Him, the person underneath the architecture. The exile who is sent away before his values could fully form. This question, what do I actually want, is perhaps the most disorienting question a man with this structure can face, because the honest answer might contradict everything the system has optimized for. He might want less. Less achievement, less optimization, less strategic living. He might want something the performance identity would classify as waste unproductive time, purposeless connection, rest that generates nothing. He might want to sit with someone and talk about nothing. He might want to be held without having earned it. He might want to stop improving for a week and see if he still exists when the production stops. These wants are not weakness. They're the exile's values surfacing for the first time in decades. And the protector will fight them. The protector will label them as regression, as laziness, as loss of edge, because the protector's entire purpose is to maintain the system, and these wants threaten the system's primacy. But the system is not the person. The system serves the person. And when the system has been running so long that the person can no longer be distinguished from the system, the first act of realignment is the simplest and most difficult one, recognizing that they are not the same thing. He is not his competence. He is not his discipline. He is not his portfolio of achievements. He is not his self-sufficiency. These are things he has. They are not what he is. And the difference between having these qualities and being these qualities is the difference between a life that's maintained and a life that's inhabited. Let's move into how this realignment connects to the specific question of connection, not in the abstract, but practically in the way a man in this position would actually encounter it. The standard advice for men who are lonely is to put yourself out there. This advice is useless for this population, and it's worth explaining precisely why. Putting yourself out there assumes that the barrier to connection is exposure, that the man isn't meeting enough people, isn't attending enough events, isn't making himself visible enough. And for some people, that's true. Their problem is genuinely situational. They're isolated by geography or circumstance, and more exposure would produce more opportunity. But for the man we're describing, exposure isn't the problem. He can meet people. He can go on dates. He can attend events. He can perform social competence with the same skill he brings to everything else. The problem isn't that he's not out there. The problem is that the version of himself he puts out there isn't reachable. He's presenting the performance layer, a competent, composed, self-sufficient exterior. And that layer, while attractive in many ways, doesn't connect. It impresses. It reassures. It projects stability. But it doesn't invite closeness, because closeness requires something the performance layer doesn't offer: access. So more exposure just produces more iterations of the same pattern. More first dates that go well on the surface and produce nothing underneath. More social interactions that are pleasant and forgettable. More proof from the system's perspective that connection isn't available when in fact it's the system itself that's making connection unavailable. The alternative isn't to perform vulnerability, to artificially disclose personal information in an attempt to manufacture depth. That approach is both transparent and counterproductive. People can sense performed vulnerability. It reads as strategy, not as openness. And for this man, performing vulnerability would just be another version of the performance identity producing emotional output for strategic effect. The alternative is what we've already described: becoming reachable, not performing openness, being structurally open, allowing the responses that the architecture would normally suppress to exist, even slightly, in the space between himself and another person. This means concretely that when someone asks how he's doing, he doesn't automatically say fine. Not because fine is dishonest, sometimes it is fine, but because the word has become so automatic, so reflexive, that it fires before any actual internal assessment occurs. It's not a response, it's a defense. And the alternative isn't to say, "I'm struggling," or to launch into an emotional disclosure. The alternative is to pause, to check, to notice what's actually there, and to say something that's 1 degree more accurate than the reflex. "I'm okay. Tired this week. I'm all right. Kind of restless, actually. Not bad. Something's been bugging me that I can't put my finger on." These aren't confessions. They're minor calibrations. And they do something the performance layer cannot do. They signal availability. They tell the other person, subtly, that there's someone behind the composure. That the composure is real, but it isn't the whole story. That there's a person in here, not just a system. Most of the time, the other person won't even notice. The conversation will continue normally. But occasionally, rarely at first, more often as the practice develops, someone will notice. Someone will hear the small deviation from the script and respond to it. Not with therapy, not with an interrogation, with attention, a follow-up question, a moment of genuine curiosity. And that moment, small, unremarkable, easy to dismiss, is contact. Real contact, not performance layer contact. The kind that reaches the exile. And the exile, feeling contact for the first time in years, will not respond with joy. That would be too much, too fast. The exile will respond with discomfort, with the urge to retreat, with the impulse to close the gap that just opened. Because the exile has been in isolation, so long that contact feels foreign. Not bad, foreign. And the architecture will interpret foreign as threatening and attempt to close the opening. This is the critical moment. The moment where the practice either takes hold or collapses. Because if he follows the architecture's directive and closes the opening, deflects, changes the subject, retreats to the performance layer, the data point is lost. The system remains unchallenged. The loop continues. But if he stays, if he tolerates the discomfort of being slightly more seen than usual, if he lets the conversation continue for one more exchange without retreating, then the data point registers. The nervous system records. Contact occurred. Nothing collapsed. The building is still standing. One more exchange. That's the unit of change. Not an emotional revolution. One exchange past the reflex point. Repeated over weeks and months until the reflex point itself begins to shift. Until the architecture learns, through accumulated evidence rather than intellectual argument, that reachability is survivable. This process cannot be accelerated. It cannot be optimized. It cannot be project managed. And that is precisely why it's so difficult for this man. His entire life is organized around the principle that application of disciplined effort produces results on a predictable timeline. This work violates that principle. The timeline is unpredictable. The results are non-linear. The effort required is not more, but different, not harder, but softer. And softness in his architecture is the one capacity that was most thoroughly removed. He is not being asked to become soft. He is being asked to allow softness to exist alongside the strength that's already there, not to replace one with the other, to let them coexist, to develop a structure that's strong and reachable, hard where it needs to be and permeable where it needs to be, disciplined in its functioning and accessible in its presence. That is a more complex architecture than the one he currently operates. It's not simpler. It's not easier. It's more demanding. It requires a sophistication of internal management that pure suppression never needed. Suppression is blunt. Integration is precise. And this man is, if nothing else, capable of precision. There is a specific way that men in this position relate to the concept of help, and it needs to be examined directly because it is one of the most effective barriers the architecture maintains. Help, in his framework, is transactional. It's something exchanged between parties of roughly equal standing for mutual benefit. He can accept help in this form: professional consultation, expert advice, a mechanic fixing his car. These don't threaten the architecture because they don't involve emotional exposure. They're service transactions. Currency changes hands. No one is vulnerable. No one is in debt, not the kind of debt that matters. But help in the relational sense, the kind where someone offers, care not because they're being paid or because they'll receive a reciprocal service, but because they want to. This kind of help is almost impossible for him to accept. Not because he doesn't want it. On some level, deeply buried, he craves it. But because accepting it would mean admitting, both to himself and to the person offering, that he has a need he cannot meet on his own. And that admission triggers the full cascade of the architecture's defense system: status loss, dependency risk, the possibility of being in someone's debt without a clear mechanism for repayment. There's a phrase that captures this dynamic precisely. He would rather suffer in silence than owe someone his comfort. Not because he's proud in the superficial sense, because comfort in his system carries an implicit obligation. If someone comforts him, they now have something on him. Not consciously, the other person probably has no awareness of this dynamic. But in his internal accounting system, a debt has been created. And debts create dependency. And dependency is the structural threat the entire architecture is organized against. This is why acts of unsolicited kindness often make him uncomfortable rather than grateful. When someone offers help he didn't ask for, brings him food when he's sick, checks in after a difficult week, notices he's off, and says something, his first response is not warmth. It's a subtle form of alarm. Someone has penetrated the perimeter without invitation. Someone has seen through the "I'm fine" layer and responded to what's underneath. And the architecture doesn't have a protocol for this. It has protocols for deflection, for minimization, for redirection. But it doesn't have a protocol for receiving care that wasn't requested and can't be immediately reciprocated. So he deflects. You didn't have to do that. I'm really okay. I appreciate it, but I've got it handled. These responses are not ingratitude. They're the architecture's attempt to close a breach it didn't anticipate. And the person offering the kindness, who is acting out of genuine care, receives the deflection and over time stops offering. Not because they don't care, because they learn through repeated deflection that their care doesn't land, that the wall is real, that he means it when he says he's fine. And so the architecture achieves its objective. The perimeter holds, the help stops coming, and the man is left alone with his competence and his silence, which is exactly what the system was designed to produce. The system is working perfectly. The person inside the system is deteriorating. This dynamic extends into how he relates to professional help. The idea of seeing a therapist, a counselor, a psychologist, this carries a specific charge for men in this demographic, and the charge is not what most people assume. The common assumption is that men avoid therapy because of stigma, because they're afraid of being seen as weak. And that's partially true. The cultural overlay is real, and it does create resistance. But for the man we're describing, the resistance goes deeper than stigma. It's structural. Therapy, as he understands it, requires him to do the one thing his architecture prohibits: sit in a room with another person and allow that person to see beneath the performance layer. Not once that might be tolerable, weekly, consistently, over time. And each session, the expectation is that he will go deeper, that he will reveal more, that the access he grants will increase rather than decrease. For a system built on controlled access, this is not a therapeutic proposition. It's a threat protocol. Everything about the therapeutic arrangement, the recurring schedule, the deepening disclosure, the gradual erosion of the performance layer maps directly onto the conditions the architecture was designed to prevent. This doesn't mean therapy is wrong for him. It means that the standard framing of therapy as a space to open up, to share feelings, to be vulnerable, is precisely the framing most likely to trigger his defenses. A more effective framing for this man would be structural rather than emotional. Not a place to share your feelings, but a systematic analysis of the operating model you're running and whether it's still serving you. Not being vulnerable, but updating the architecture. Not opening up, but conducting an audit. This is not a semantic game. The framing matters because the framing determines whether the architecture categorizes the experience as a threat or as a task. And this man is extraordinarily good at tasks. If the work is framed as a structural project, an engineering challenge, an optimization of internal systems, his competence becomes an asset rather than an obstacle. He can bring the same precision to his interior that he brings to his career, his finances, his physical health. The architecture doesn't resist competence. It resists vulnerability. So the entry point must be competence compatible. This insight has broader implications for how he relates to change in general. The architecture resists change that's framed as emotional revolution, as becoming a different kind of person, as abandoning his defenses, as learning to feel. But it doesn't resist change that's framed as system upgrade. An upgrade preserves the functional core while improving capability. It doesn't require demolition. It requires iteration. The man who frames his development as an emotional journey will quit within weeks. The man who frames it as a system upgrade will engage indefinitely. Because system upgrades are what he does. They're how he's built every other domain of his life. And there is no reason none why the same engineering mindset can't be applied to the internal architecture. The only difference is that the system being upgraded is himself rather than his career or his portfolio. And the metrics are different, not financial returns or professional milestones, but the quality of his internal experience and the depth of his relational capacity. Those metrics are harder to measure. They don't produce quarterly reports, but they're real, and a man with his level of self-observation can track them if he knows what to look for. The frequency of irritation spikes, the depth of sleep, the duration of flatness after a social event, the speed of deflection when warmth is offered. These are data points. They're measurable not with instruments, but with attention. And attention is something he has in abundance. He's just been pointing it in the wrong direction. Now, there's a dimension of this conversation that has been circling underneath everything we've discussed, and it's time to bring it to the surface. It concerns meaning. Not purpose, he has purpose. He has things to do, goals to pursue, problems to solve. Purpose, in the functional sense, was never the issue. Meaning is different from purpose. Purpose is directional. It answers the question, what am I doing? Meaning is relational. It answers the question, why does it matter? And the answer to, why does it matter, invariably involves someone other than himself. This is the part the architecture cannot solve, because meaning, in its deepest form, is generated through connection, not in the sentimental sense, not through greeting card intimacy or romantic fusion, through the experience of mattering to someone, of being known by someone, of contributing to something that extends beyond the perimeter of the self. A career can provide purpose without providing meaning. Financial stability can provide security without providing meaning. Physical health can provide capability without providing meaning. These are all necessary. They're all real. But they're all self-referential. They loop back to the individual without connecting to anything beyond him. And a life that loops back exclusively to the self, no matter how well managed that self is, eventually encounters a ceiling. A point beyond which additional optimization produces diminishing returns. A point where the question shifts from, how do I improve my life, to, why does my life matter? That question is not a crisis. It's a developmental threshold. It's the point at which the project of self-construction, having reached functional completion, must either expand into something larger or begin to feel hollow. And for most men in this position, the hollowness has already arrived. It's been there for years. It's the thing they feel at night, the thing that shows up in the gap between tasks, the thing that no amount of optimization can address, because optimization is a tool designed for closed systems, and meaning is an open system phenomenon. It requires input from outside the self. It requires connection to something that isn't contained within the architecture. The sources of meaning available to a man in this position are not exotic, they're ordinary, but they require the architecture to accommodate something it currently rejects. Investment in outcomes he can't control. Craft is one source, not work craft. Work is what the performance identity produces. Craft is what emerges when the exile's values are included in the process. Work is strategic. Craft is devotional. A man who works is optimizing output. A man who crafts is engaged in a practice that has value, independent of its results. The cabinet maker who spends an extra hour on a joint, no one will see is practicing craft. The writer who revises a sentence for the 7th time, not because it's incorrect, but because it's not yet true, is practicing craft. The difference is not in the activity, but in the orientation. Work serves the system. Craft serves the work itself. And that shift in orientation from production for validation to production for alignment is a structural change that the architecture can accommodate because it doesn't require emotional exposure. It requires a different relationship to quality. A quality defined not by external metrics, but by internal standards that come from the exile rather than the protector. Service is another source. Not charity in the performative sense, not volunteering for social credit or mentoring for resume enhancement. Service in the structural sense, using his competence for someone else's benefit in a way that creates connection, without requiring vulnerability in the way his system defines it. Mentoring is a particularly effective form of this for men in this demographic because it leverages their strengths without threatening their architecture. A mentor gives. He provides knowledge, perspective, guidance. These are competence activities. They flow through the performance layer without disrupting it. But mentoring also, quietly, produces something the architecture doesn't expect. It produces being needed. Not in the dependency sense, not the kind of need that creates obligation. In the witnessing sense, the mentee sees him, not the performance layer him, his experience, his judgment, his accumulated understanding. And that seeing, that being known through what he offers, reaches the exile through a channel the protector doesn't monitor, because it looks like competence. It feels like giving, but it is, simultaneously, a form of being received. Legacy is a third source. Not legacy in the grandiose sense, not buildings with his name on them or foundations that perpetuate his memory. Legacy in the quiet sense, the impact of his existence on the people and systems he's touched. The colleague who learned something from watching him work. The younger person who adjusted their approach because of something he said in passing. The friend whose life is slightly different because he was in it. This kind of legacy doesn't announce itself. It doesn't produce awards or recognition, but it creates a form of meaning that's structurally different from admiration. Admiration is directed at the performance. Legacy is generated by the person. It's the residue of having existed in proximity to others with enough presence that something transferred. Not because he was trying to leave a mark, because he was actually there. And being actually there, present, reachable, not behind the performance layer, is what makes legacy possible. The man who is only ever performing leaves no legacy. He leaves a reputation, and a reputation is what people think of you. A legacy is what people became because of you. The difference is the difference between being impressive and being formative. And being formative requires the thing the architecture has been preventing: genuine contact. There is a spiritual dimension to this that needs acknowledgement, though it requires careful handling, because the man we're describing is likely to resist anything that sounds like mysticism, sentimentality, or ungrounded abstraction. The spiritual dimension is this: a life lived entirely within the architecture, entirely within the managed, controlled, performance-driven structure is a life lived within a closed system. And closed systems, by definition, do not generate new information. They process what's already inside them. They recirculate existing material. They optimize within fixed parameters. And over time, this produces a characteristic quality of experience, a sense of repetition, of predictability, of knowing what's going to happen before it happens, that the man might describe as boredom, but is actually something more fundamental. It's the experience of a system that has consumed all available internal material and has nothing new to process. Openness, the structural kind, not the emotional performance, introduces new material. Contact with another person, genuine contact, brings information that the closed system couldn't generate on its own, a perspective he hadn't considered, an emotional response he didn't predict, a way of seeing him that doesn't match his self-image, not as a threat, but as data. Each genuine contact is a small opening in the closed system, a point where external information enters and updates the internal model. And that updating process, that continuous revision based on new input, is what produces the experience of being alive rather than merely functioning. This is not a philosophical argument for sociability. It's a structural observation about what happens to closed systems over time. They stagnate, not because they're poorly designed, because they're too well designed. They've optimized so thoroughly that there's nothing left to optimize. And the subjective experience of that stagnation, the flatness, the restlessness, the low-grade sense of something missing, is the experience this man has been living inside for years. The antidote is not more stimulation, not travel, not new hobbies, not a change of scenery. These are new inputs to the same closed system. They provide temporary variety, but don't change the system's fundamental operation. The antidote is a structural change to the system itself, a modification that allows it to receive input of a kind it currently rejects. Emotional input, relational input, the experience of being known, being met, being affected by another person's presence in a way that's not controlled or predicted. That modification is what we've been describing throughout this entire analysis. It's the revision of the architecture from a closed system to a semi-open one. Not fully open, that would be structurally reckless. And this man's caution about indiscriminate openness is well-founded. Semi-open, selectively permeable, capable of admitting certain inputs through certain channels under certain conditions. Like a building with windows that can be opened when the weather permits and closed when it doesn't. The building is still structurally sound. It's still protected, but it's no longer sealed. And the air that enters through the opened windows, the relational contact, the emotional exchange, the experience of being known, that air is what makes the interior habitable. He has been living in a sealed building for decades. The temperature is controlled. The air is recycled. Everything functions, but nothing is fresh. And the staleness of the interior, that chronic, low-grade quality of everything feeling slightly muted, slightly flat, slightly less than it should be, is not a mood problem. It's a ventilation problem. The system needs fresh input, and fresh input requires openings. And openings require the architecture to tolerate something it has been specifically designed to prevent: uncontrolled contact with the outside. This brings us to a critical juncture in the analysis, because everything we've discussed so far, the architecture, the adaptations, the suppression, the control, the closed system, all of it has been descriptive. It's been a map of the territory. And the man listening to this has been following the map because he respects precision. He respects structural thinking, and he recognizes the terrain being described. But recognition is not change. And the next section of this conversation must bridge the gap between understanding the architecture and beginning to live differently inside it. Not dramatically differently, not in ways that violate his core identity or demand he become someone he's not, but differently enough that the system begins to update, that the closed loop begins to open, that the exile's voice begins to be heard, not as noise, but as signal. The bridge is not a set of instructions. He would follow instructions, implement them efficiently, and convert them into another performance. The bridge is a shift in orientation, a change not in what he does, but in what he's willing to notice. And that shift begins with a single recognition that the architecture will resist with everything it has. The recognition is this: the life he built is not wrong. It was never wrong. The discipline is real. The competence is real. The self-reliance is real. These are not illusions. They are genuine accomplishments that require genuine strength to produce. But the life is incomplete, not failed, not broken, incomplete. The structure is sound, but one entire wing was never built. The wing that houses connection. The wing that allows someone else's presence to be structurally relevant. The wing where the exile lives. That wing wasn't excluded by accident. It was excluded by design, by an architecture that decided, early and under duress, that connection was a liability. And for a long time, that decision was correct. Connection, in the original environment, was a liability. It cost more than it provided. It created exposure without reciprocal safety. The architecture was right to exclude it. But the original environment is gone. The man is no longer a child in a household where need was dangerous. He is an adult with resources, competence, and the psychological durability that comes from having survived exactly the things his architecture was built to survive. The conditions have changed, and the architecture, for all its sophistication, has not updated to reflect the change. The recognition that life is incomplete is not a criticism. It's an engineering assessment. The building works. It's habitable, but it's missing a wing. And the absence of that wing is the source of everything he's been feeling. The flatness, the fading, the quiet sense of disappearing inside a life that functions but doesn't fulfill. Building the missing wing is not a project that can be completed in a weekend, a month, or a year. It's a process that operates on its own timeline, at its own pace, driven not by effort, but by accumulation. The accumulation of moments where the architecture permitted contact. The accumulation of data points where reachability didn't produce catastrophe. The accumulation of experiences where the exile's voice was heard and the building didn't collapse. He doesn't need to become a different person. He needs to become a more complete version of the person he already is. And that process, slow, non-linear, resistant to optimization, is the most important engineering project he will ever undertake. Not because it's the most impressive, because it's the only one that addresses the part of the structure that's actually failing. There is a particular quality of stillness that a man encounters when the architecture begins to shift. It's not the stillness of peace, not the manufactured calm of a controlled schedule with every hour accounted for. It's a different kind, unfamiliar, slightly unsettling. It's the stillness that appears when the executive system, for a moment, stops managing and simply observes. He'll encounter it unexpectedly, in the middle of an ordinary day, not during a crisis, not during a moment of forced reflection, but during a gap, a canceled meeting, a drive with no podcast playing, a morning where he wakes 10 minutes before the alarm and lies there with nothing to do and nothing to manage. In that gap, something surfaces. Not a thought, exactly. Not an emotion in the way he'd typically categorize emotion. More like a pressure. A presence inside the chest that has weight but no name. A feeling of something wanting to be acknowledged but having no clear content. His first impulse will be to fill the gap. Check the phone. Start the task list. Redirect attention to something actionable. And that impulse is the architecture asserting itself, identifying the unstructured moment as a vulnerability and moving to close it. But if he doesn't fill the gap, if he stays with the pressure for even 30 seconds, something happens that the architecture didn't predict. The pressure doesn't escalate. It doesn't become overwhelming. It doesn't crack the composure. It just sits there, present but manageable, uncomfortable but survivable, like a muscle that's been clenched for years and is being asked, for the first time, to release, not all the way, not dramatically, just 1 degree of tension less than it's been holding. At 1 degree is the beginning of a different relationship with his own interior, not a therapeutic relationship, not an emotional exploration, a structural one. A system is learning through direct experience rather than intellectual understanding that the interior is not the threat it was classified as, that the feelings behind the wall are not a flood waiting to break through. They're more like water in a basement present, requiring attention, but manageable with the right approach. The architecture treated them as a flood because the childhood experience taught that feelings, once released, produced catastrophic results. But the childhood experience was calibrated to a child's capacity, and this man is not a child. His capacity to hold emotional material is orders of magnitude greater than the architecture believes. This is the fundamental miscalibration at the center of the entire system. The architecture is running threat assessments based on a child's tolerance for emotional pain. And a child's tolerance is genuinely low emotional overwhelm is a real phenomenon in childhood. And the defenses the architecture built were appropriate to that level of capacity. But the man is not the child. The man has 40, 45, 50 years of accumulated resilience, cognitive complexity, and self-regulatory capability. He can hold what the child couldn't. The architecture just doesn't know that yet. Every moment of staying with the interior, every gap he doesn't fill, every pressure he doesn't redirect, every feeling he allows to exist without managing it is a recalibration event. It updates the threat assessment. It tells the architecture the capacity has changed. The flood you predicted didn't materialize. The feelings were present and they were survivable. Adjust accordingly. The architecture adjusts slowly. It was built for permanence, not flexibility, but it does adjust. And each adjustment creates a fractionally larger space inside the system for emotional material to exist without triggering the defense cascade. Over time, months, not days, that space becomes large enough to hold something genuinely significant. A moment of genuine sadness, held without suppression or deflection. A moment of genuine longing, acknowledged without shame. A moment of genuine tenderness, directed toward himself. For the decades he spent managing a system that was simultaneously protecting him and starving him. At tenderness directed inward, not performed for an audience, is one of the most structurally significant experiences a man in this position can have. Because it violates the architecture's most fundamental rule, that the self is an object to be managed, not a person to be cared for. The performance identity treats the self as a project. Tenderness treats the self as a being. And the shift from project to being, from something that requires continuous improvement to something that deserves care independent of its output, is the shift that the entire architecture was designed to prevent. He was trained to manage himself the way a CEO manages a company, evaluating performance, identifying deficiencies, implementing corrections, optimizing output. And that approach has produced extraordinary results in every external domain. But you cannot manage your way to wholeness. Management is a relationship of control between an operator and a system. Wholeness requires a different relationship entirely. It requires the operator to recognize that he is the system, that the thing he's been managing is himself, and that managing yourself without ever caring for yourself is a form of sustained self-abandonment that's invisible, precisely because it looks like self-improvement. Self-abandonment disguised as self-improvement. That phrase deserves attention because it describes the central paradox of the performance identity with uncomfortable precision. Every optimization project he undertakes, the diet, the workout program, the financial plan, the career strategy, the dating approach, is framed as self-improvement. And in a sense, it is. Each one produces measurable gains. Each one addresses a real dimension of life. But the orientation underlying all of them is the same. I am not yet sufficient. I must produce my way to adequacy. And when adequacy is reached, the standard will shift because adequacy was never the actual goal. The actual goal is to stay ahead of the insufficiency, to keep producing fast enough that the underlying belief that what he is, beneath the production, is not enough, never has to be confronted. That is self-abandonment, not in the dramatic sense of neglecting basic needs, in the structural sense of organizing an entire life around the avoidance of a confrontation with the self. Every project, every optimization, every improvement initiative is a step away from the fundamental question. Am I okay as I am right now, without any additional production? And the answer the architecture provides implicitly, through its relentless demand for output, is no. You are not okay. You are what you produce. And what you produce must continue, must accelerate, must never plateau, because a plateau is where the insufficiency becomes visible. The man who begins to practice self-directed tenderness, not as an exercise, not as a therapeutic technique, but as an organic response to his own recognized pain, is doing something the architecture categorizes as nonsensical. Tenderness toward the self produces no output. It earns no validation. It advances no project. It serves no strategic purpose. And for exactly these reasons, the architecture will resist it powerfully. It will label it as self-indulgence, as weakness, as a step backward from the disciplined life he's constructed. But the architecture is wrong. Tenderness toward the self is not self-indulgence. It's the recognition that the person inside the system has been absorbing costs for decades without acknowledgement. That the exile, the part that was sent away, the part that still carries the longing and the grief and the unmet need, deserves not fixing, but witnessing. Not improvement, but acknowledgement. Not a solution, but a moment of being seen by the one person whose seeing matters most, himself. This is not a call for self-pity. Self-pity is a performance. It's the exile hijacking the system and demanding center stage. What we're describing is structurally different. It's the executive system, the protector, the manager, the competent self turning its attention toward the exile, not to fix or manage it, but to acknowledge it. To say internally, without performance, I know you're there. I know what you've been carrying. I know what it cost. And I'm not going to manage you into silence anymore. That internal acknowledgement doesn't produce visible change. There's no external marker. No one in his life will notice the moment it happens. But something inside the architecture shifts. A relationship that was adversarial protector against exile, competence against need, becomes something else. Not harmonious, not resolved, but less combative. The two parts of the system, having been at war for decades, enter a tentative ceasefire. Not because the protector was defeated, but because the protector, in a moment of accurate assessment, recognized that the exile is not a threat. It's a casualty, and casualties deserve different treatment than enemies. Let's return now to the relational dimension, because the internal work and the relational work are not sequential, they're parallel. The man doesn't first fix himself and then enter relationships. He doesn't reach wholeness in isolation and then bring his completed self to someone else. That model repair first, connect later is another expression of the performance identity. It says, I must be a finished product before I can be offered. And the demand to be finished is precisely the demand that keeps the exile locked away, because the exile, by definition, is the unfinished part, the part that needs, the part that's still in process. Connection doesn't require completion. It requires availability, and availability doesn't require perfection. It requires honesty about the current state of the system, not radical disclosure, not a catalog of wounds and deficiencies. Honesty in the specific sense of not pretending the performance layer is the whole story, of allowing the gaps to be visible, of being a person in process rather than a product on display. This is where the concept of healthy dependence becomes relevant, and it needs to be defined with precision because the man we're describing has a deeply distorted understanding of what dependence means. In his framework, dependence is binary. You're either self-sufficient or you're dependent. And dependent means compromised, weak, at risk. It means someone has power over you. It means your stability is contingent on another person's behavior. And since other people's behavior is the one variable his architecture cannot control, dependence is the supreme threat, the one thing that cannot be permitted. But this binary is false. It collapses a spectrum into 2 points and ignores the vast territory between them. Between total self-sufficiency and total dependency is a range of relational configurations that are neither imprisoning nor isolating. They're structured, they're bounded, they're chosen. Healthy dependence is the capacity to rely on someone in specific, bounded ways while maintaining the structural integrity of the self. It's not fusion. It's not merging. It's not handing someone the keys to your emotional stability. It's more like a bridge between 2 buildings that are both structurally complete on their own. The bridge connects them. It allows traffic between them. But neither building collapses if the bridge is removed. Each stands independently. The bridge adds connection, not dependency in the threatening sense. And the bridge can be closed temporarily, during storms, during repairs, during periods that require inward focus without severing the relationship. That metaphor connection as bridge, not merger, is critical because it preserves the autonomy the architecture is terrified of losing. He doesn't have to give up his self-sufficiency to allow connection. He doesn't have to demolish the building to open a door. The building stays. The competence stays. The discipline stays. The self-reliance stays. What changes is that the building is no longer sealed. There's a point of access. A place where someone can enter, briefly, and be in the space with him. Not to take over, not to rearrange the furniture. To be present. The practice of healthy dependence starts absurdly small. So small that the performance identity might dismiss it as insignificant. That's fine. Insignificant is exactly the right scale. Because the architecture monitors for large threats and largely ignores small ones. A small act of dependence slips under the radar. Asking someone for a recommendation, not a recommendation he needs. He's perfectly capable of researching his own options. A recommendation he requests as an act of reliance. I trust your judgment on this is a sentence that contains, in 6 words, a microdose of dependence. It says, your opinion matters to me. Your experience is relevant to my decision. I'm choosing to include you in a process I could handle alone. And the architecture barely flinches because the stakes are negligible. But the nervous system registers the exchange. It records, reliance occurred, status was not lost. The other person responded with engagement, not exploitation. File accordingly. Receiving praise without deflecting. This is harder than it sounds because the deflection is automatic. Thanks, but it was nothing. Fires before the conscious mind has processed the compliment. The practice is to catch the deflection mid-flight, not to replace it with effusive gratitude that would feel performative and the architecture would reject it immediately, but to modify the response slightly. Thanks, that means something. 4 words, minimal exposure, but structurally significant because they allow the input to land 1 layer deeper than the deflection normally permits. Asking for one small thing without over-explaining. The over-explanation is the architecture's way of preemptively justifying the need, of establishing that the request is reasonable, proportional, and easily reciprocated. In other words, of neutralizing the dependency signal before it can be transmitted. The practice is to make the request and stop talking. Can you help me with this? Period. No justification, no context setting, no preemptive offer of reciprocation, just the request and the silence that follows it. The silence is where the architecture does its threat assessment. And when the assessment comes back negative, when the help is given without the status loss, the judgment, or the power shift the system predicted, another data point is recorded. These are not traumatic interventions. They're calibration adjustments. And their power is not in any individual instance, but in their accumulation. Over months, not weeks, months, the nervous system's threat model begins to update. Not because it's been argued into submission, because it's been shown through repeated, low-stakes, survivable experiences that reliance is not the catastrophe it was classified as. There's a parallel truth operating here that needs to be named because it addresses the other side of the relational equation, a side he rarely considers. And it's this: his self-sufficiency, while impressive, has a relational cost he's never accounted for. When a man needs nothing, he offers no point of entry. Think about what it's like to be in proximity to someone who is entirely self-contained. There's nothing to offer him. There's no way to contribute. There's no role to play in his life that isn't decorative. And for someone who wants to connect with him, a partner, a friend, a potential close relationship, that self-containment doesn't read as strength. It reads as exclusion. Not deliberate exclusion, not hostile, structural. He's built a life with no openings for anyone else. And the people who encounter that structure don't experience his self-sufficiency as admirable. They experience it as a wall. This is the part he never sees. Because from inside the architecture, self-sufficiency feels like a gift to others. He's not burdening anyone. He's not making demands. He's not creating obligations. He's the easiest person in the world to be around because he needs nothing. But needing nothing is not the gift he thinks it is. It's a form of relational unavailability that communicates beneath the surface of its apparent generosity. You are not necessary here. You cannot add to this. There is no place for you in this structure. And the people who might have connected with him, the ones who had something to offer, who wanted to be part of his life, who were drawn to the substance beneath the composure, they eventually leave, not because they were rejected, because they were never given a place to stand. He's been attributing his solitude to circumstance, to incompatibility, to the difficulty of finding the right person. And those factors are real, but they're not the primary factor. The primary factor is that his architecture doesn't accommodate another person. It's a single occupancy structure, beautifully built, expertly maintained, and designed for one. The revision isn't to tear it down and build a duplex. The revision is to add a door, one door, with a lock he controls, that he can open when he chooses, can close when he needs to, but a door that exists, a door that says in its mere presence, someone could enter here. There is space. You don't have to fight your way in. That door structural, not emotional, is what reachability looks like in practice. It's not an open floor plan. It's not the abolition of boundaries. It's the presence of an access point that didn't exist before. And its presence changes everything, not because anyone has walked through it yet, but because its existence signals a change in the architecture's fundamental orientation, from sealed to selectively permeable, from closed system to semi-open, from I need nothing to I have room. Having room is different from having need. It doesn't compromise the self-sufficiency. It doesn't create dependency. It creates possibility. And possibility, the structural availability for something to happen that wasn't planned, wasn't optimized, wasn't controlled, is the one thing the architecture has systematically eliminated. Every routine, every managed schedule, every pre-screened interaction has been designed to eliminate possibility, because possibility introduces variables, and variables introduce risk. But possibility is also where life happens, not the managed life, not the optimized life, the actual life, the one that includes surprise and disruption, and the kind of connection that can't be engineered, because genuine connection, by its nature, involves an element of the uncontrolled. Two people meeting in a way that neither planned. A conversation going somewhere neither expected. A moment of recognition that bypasses the performance layer entirely and lands in the place where the exile lives. These moments cannot be manufactured. They can only be permitted. And the architecture, in its current configuration, does not permit them. It screens them out. It closes them down. It roots around them before they can gain traction. And the man, sitting in his sealed, optimized, well-managed life, wonders why nothing feels real anymore. It doesn't feel real because reality, relational reality, emotional reality, the lived experience of being a person among people requires contact, and contact requires openings. And openings require risk, not catastrophic risk, not the kind his architecture was built to prevent. The manageable, bounded, survivable risk of being seen by someone who might matter, and allowing that mattering to exist without immediately controlling it. That is the frontier, not the emotional frontier. He's not being asked to become someone who leads with feelings and processes everything out loud. The structural frontier, the edge of the architecture, where the sealed system meets the possibility of an opening, where the competence that's protected him for decades is asked to coexist with the capacity it's been suppressing for just as long, the capacity to be reached. There is a moment in the life of every man who has built this architecture when the cost of maintaining it exceeds the cost of revising it, not in a dramatic, breaking point sense, not as a crisis, as a quiet arithmetic, a calculation that happens not in the mind, but in the body, in the accumulation of years spent managing an interior that was never allowed to breathe. He may not recognize this moment when it arrives. It doesn't announce itself. It shows up as a subtle shift in how the familiar routines feel. The gym session that used to produce satisfaction now produces only completion. The financial milestone that used to register as progress now registers as maintenance. The evening alone that used to feel like chosen solitude now carries a weight it didn't used to carry. Nothing has changed externally, but the internal balance has shifted. The system that was designed to prevent pain is now itself the primary source of pain, not acute pain. The chronic, low-grade, corrosive kind that doesn't demand attention but erodes the foundation slowly, imperceptibly, over years. This is the moment the architecture was designed to prevent him from reaching. Because this moment, if he allows himself to stay in it, if he doesn't immediately redirect, optimize, or fill the gap, this moment contains the one piece of information the system has been suppressing since childhood. The strategy isn't working anymore. Not because it was wrong, because it was time-limited. It was an emergency protocol that has been running as a permanent configuration, and the mismatch between its design parameters and its current reality has become unsustainable. The mismatch shows up in specific ways that deserve enumeration, because precision serves him better than abstraction. The architecture was designed for a world in which emotional expression was punished. He now lives in a world where emotional access is a prerequisite for the kind of connection he's missing. The architecture was designed for an environment in which dependency was dangerous. He now exists in a context where chosen, bounded interdependence is the foundation of every meaningful relationship he observes in others. The architecture was designed to protect a child who didn't have the resources to survive emotional disruption. He is now an adult with decades of evidence that he can survive far more than the system gives him credit for. Each of these mismatches represents a point where the architecture's threat assessment is outdated. Not wrong in its original context, right in its original context, but operating on data that's 30 or 40 years old. And a system running on data that old, no matter how sophisticated its design, will produce increasingly poor outcomes as the gap between its model and reality widens. He would never tolerate this in any other domain. If his financial strategy were based on market data from 1990, he'd revise it immediately. If his career approach were calibrated to an industry that no longer exists, he'd update it without sentiment. He applies rigorous, evidence-based revision to every external system he manages. The only system he doesn't update is the one running his emotional life. And the reason he doesn't update it is not negligence. It's that the system itself prevents its own revision. The architecture classifies internal examination as a threat. Looking at the system too closely might destabilize it. So the system defends against scrutiny, producing the feeling, whenever he approaches the question too directly, that he should focus on something more productive. That this kind of reflection is self-indulgent. That the practical thing, the strong thing, is to keep going. That feeling is not wisdom. It's the architecture's immune response. It's the system protecting itself from the information that would require it to change. And every time he obeys that feeling, every time he redirects his attention away from the interior and back toward the external, the architecture wins another cycle, another day, another week, another month of operation without challenge. But the cost accumulates, and the accumulation, over time, produces a phenomenon that needs to be described with care, because it is perhaps the most dangerous consequence of the unchallenged architecture. It's not depression. It's not breakdown. It's something more insidious because it's more compatible with continued function. It's the gradual flattening of the future. In his 20s and 30s, the future had dimension. It had possibility. Even inside the architecture, there was a sense that the next stage would be different. The right relationship, the right achievement, the right configuration of external circumstances would produce the feeling the architecture was preventing. He was building toward something. And the building, even if it was misdirected, created forward momentum. A sense that the trajectory mattered, that the destination, when reached, would justify the journey. In his 40s, the future begins to flatten, not because external possibilities have diminished, they may have expanded, but because the pattern has become visible. He's reached milestones that were supposed to change the internal experience, and they didn't. He's achieved things that were supposed to produce fulfillment, and they produced satisfaction instead, and satisfaction faded. He's arrived at destinations that were supposed to feel like arrivals and felt, instead, like way stations. And the accumulation of these non-arrivals produces a specific form of disillusionment that is not cynicism and not despair, but something quieter, a shrinking of expectation, a narrowing of what the future is imagined to contain. The flattening of the future is the architecture's endgame, because when the future flattens, when the man stops, believing that the next stage will be qualitatively different from the current one, the motivation to revise the architecture disappears. Why change the system if the future it produces is going to feel the same as the present regardless? Why take the risk of opening the sealed structure if there's no reason to believe the air outside is any different from the air inside? This is the trap. And it's a precision-engineered trap because it uses his own pattern recognition against him. He has correctly observed that external changes don't alter the internal experience. He has correctly identified that achievement doesn't produce fulfillment. He has correctly noted that the next stage tends to feel like a continuation of the current one. His data is accurate. His conclusion is wrong. The conclusion that nothing will change the internal experience is wrong because it's based on data generated entirely within the closed system. Every experiment he's run, every relationship, every achievement, every attempted change has been conducted inside the architecture. The results reflect the architecture's constraints, not reality's limits. He hasn't tried openness. He's tried managed openness, which is different. He hasn't tried dependency. He's tried controlled proximity, which is different. He hasn't tried allowing someone to matter. He's tried allowing someone to be present while maintaining full operational independence, which is structurally incapable of producing the result he's testing for. It's as if he tested whether water is wet by examining it through a sealed container and concluded, based on the dryness of his hands, that water has no moisture. The experimental design was flawed. The variable he was trying to test, genuine connection, genuine openness, genuine allowing someone to matter, was excluded by the experimental conditions. And the negative results he obtained reflect the conditions, not the variable. This is why the flattening of the future, while experientially real, is informationally false. The future feels flat because every version of it he can imagine is generated by the same architecture that produced the present. And the present feels flat because the architecture is flat. It was designed to minimize variance, eliminate surprise, and maintain control. Flatness is not a failure of the system. It's the system's primary output. He optimized for stability and got it. The cost of that stability is the absence of the peaks and valleys that constitute a felt life, the joy, the grief, the surprise, the disruption, the relief of being met by another person in a way that couldn't have been engineered. The future isn't flat. His model of the future is flat. Because the model is generated by a system, it suppresses the very inputs that would give the future dimension. This recognition that the flattening is an artifact of the architecture, not a property of reality, is the second controlled destabilization. And it needs to land carefully because it challenges something he's been treating as hard-won wisdom. The belief that this is just how it is feels like maturity. It feels like acceptance. It feels like the sensible conclusion of a man who's been around long enough to know the score. And surrendering that belief, acknowledging that what he took for mature acceptance is actually the architecture's final defense against change, is destabilizing in a specific way. It's destabilizing because it means the game isn't over. It means the future still has dimension he can't currently perceive. It means the flatness he's been accepting as reality is actually a limitation of his current system. And that means the system needs to change. And change, as we've established, is the one thing the system was most fundamentally designed to prevent. But here is the reconstruction, and it must be delivered without any of the qualities that would cause him to dismiss it, without sentimentality, without false promise, without the implication that change will be easy or painless or quick. The reconstruction is this: the same intelligence that built the architecture can revise it. He is not a passive inhabitant of a system imposed on him. He built this, not consciously, not in a single act, but through thousands of incremental decisions, each one rational, each one responsive to real conditions. The architecture is a product of his intelligence operating under constraint. And now the constraints have changed. The environment that required the emergency configuration no longer exists. The man inside the system has capacities the child who designed it couldn't have imagined. And the intelligence that built the original architecture is more than sufficient to build its revision. The revision doesn't require a different kind of intelligence. It requires the same kind analytical, structural, precise applied to a different target. Instead of analyzing external systems, he analyzes the internal one. Instead of optimizing career outcomes, he optimizes the relationship between the protector and the exile. Instead of engineering his schedule for maximum productivity, he engineers his responses for maximum accuracy, not saying what the architecture dictates, but what's actually true. This is not soft work. It's the hardest engineering project he'll undertake, because the system being revised is the system doing the revising. He's modifying the aircraft while flying it, and the aircraft will resist modification, because from its perspective, modification is a threat to flight stability. Every defense mechanism, every deflection pattern, every automatic response will activate to prevent the revision from taking hold. Not because the defenses are malicious, but because they're doing exactly what they were designed to do: maintain the current configuration at all costs. The work, then, is not against the defenses. It's not a war against himself. It's a gradual persuasion, conducted not through argument, but through evidence that the current configuration is no longer optimal, that the emergency protocol has served its purpose and can be retired, that the system can operate at a lower threat level without collapsing, and that the capacity it's been suppressing, the capacity for genuine contact, genuine reliance, genuine being known, is not the threat the childhood assessment classified it as. Evidence is the operative word, not insight, not understanding, not emotional catharsis. Evidence. The nervous system doesn't update on arguments. It updates on experience. And the experiences that update it are the small, repeated, survivable encounters with the very thing the architecture is designed to avoid. A moment of being seen, a moment of needing, a moment of allowing someone's opinion to carry weight, a moment of staying in a conversation past the exit point. Each one, individually, is insignificant. Collectively, over time, they constitute the body of evidence that revises the threat model. This man is a data-driven decision-maker. He trusts evidence over theory. He trusts experience over argument. And the process we're describing is entirely evidence-based. It doesn't ask him to believe anything on faith. It asks him to run small experiments and observe the results. to test the architecture's predictions against actual outcomes, to notice specifically and repeatedly that the catastrophes the system predicts, status loss, exploitation, abandonment, collapse, don't materialize when the experiments are conducted at an appropriate scale. The appropriate scale is crucial. He doesn't start with the high-stakes experiments. He doesn't open himself to the person most likely to matter. He starts at the margins, with the interactions that carry the least risk, with the people whose response, positive or negative, won't shake the foundation. And he works inward, gradually from the periphery toward the core. Each successful experiment extends the range of what the architecture permits. Each survived moment of contact expands the territory of the tolerable. And the expansion, over time, reaches the point where the things that used to be unthinkable, genuine closeness, genuine reliance, genuine allowing someone to matter, become merely uncomfortable. And uncomfortable, for a man who has survived everything this man has survived, is well within operational parameters. There's a question that emerges at this stage, and it's one that the architecture raises as a final line of defense. What if I do all of this and it doesn't work? What if I revise the system, allow the openings, take the risks, and the result is exactly what the architecture predicted? Abandonment, disappointment, the confirmation that the original strategy was right all along. This question deserves a direct answer, not a reassuring one, because reassurance is the one thing this man will not accept and should not be offered. The answer is, that's possible. It is possible that he allows someone to matter and they leave. It is possible that he opens a door and no one walks through it. It is possible that the experiment yields negative results. The architecture's predictions are not fabricated. They're based on real experiences. The possibility of loss is real. The possibility of disappointment is real. And no amount of revision or personal development can eliminate those possibilities entirely. But here is what the architecture doesn't factor into its analysis: the cost of the alternative. The alternative is the current configuration, the sealed system, the managed life, the chronic, low-grade pain that never rises to crisis level but never resolves, the flattened future, the slow disappearance, the decades remaining in a structure that functions but doesn't fulfill. The architecture frames the choice as risk catastrophe or maintain stability. But that framing is false, because what it calls stability is itself a form of ongoing damage. It's not a neutral state. It's an active process of suppression, avoidance, and erosion that produces its own casualties: the irritation, the flatness, the insomnia, the hollowness, the fading. The actual choice is not between risk and safety. It's between two forms of risk: the risk of opening and potentially being hurt, and the risk of remaining sealed and certainly continuing to diminish. The first risk is acute and uncertain. The second risk is chronic and guaranteed. And a man who evaluates risk honestly, who runs the numbers without the architecture's thumb on the scale, will recognize that the chronic guaranteed cost exceeds the acute uncertain one. That is not an optimistic argument. It's a mathematical one. And this man responds to mathematics. The architecture will make one more move. It will suggest that there's a third option. Continue as is, but optimize harder. Find the configuration of the sealed system that eliminates the pain without requiring openness. Work out more. Earn more. Travel more. Pursue more stimulating distractions. Surely, with enough optimization, the internal experience can be improved without the structural risk of genuine connection. This is the architecture's most seductive argument because it leverages the man's greatest strength, his capacity for disciplined optimization in service of the architecture's primary objective, maintaining the seal. And it almost works. It has been almost working for years. Each new optimization provides a temporary reprieve, a brief period where the distraction is novel enough to mask the underlying condition. And then the novelty fades, and the condition reasserts itself, and the man reaches for the next optimization. But the cycle is tightening. The intervals between novel distractions are shortening. The reprieves are briefer. The underlying condition is more persistent. And somewhere, maybe not today, maybe not this year, but somewhere on the trajectory, the optimizations will stop producing any reprieve at all. And he will be left, finally and inescapably, with the sealed system and the silence inside it. That is not a threat. It's a projection based on the trajectory he's already on, and he can see it. If he's honest, the kind of honest that the architecture permits only in the smallest hours of the night, he can see where this goes. More of the same, diminishing returns, increasing flatness, the slow, quiet contraction of a life that was built to last but not to live. The alternative is not guaranteed to be better, but it's the only option that contains the possibility of different. And different, at this point, is the minimum threshold for hope. Not inspirational hope, structural hope. The recognition that the system has unexplored configurations, that the architecture has capacities it hasn't tested, that the man inside the system is larger than the system knows. That recognition is enough. Not enough to transform everything overnight. Not enough to dissolve the architecture or override the defenses, but enough to start. Enough to run the first small experiment. Enough to stay in one conversation for 30 seconds longer. Enough to receive one compliment without deflecting. Enough to notice, in one unstructured moment, what the interior actually contains instead of immediately managing it into silence. Enough to begin. There is something that happens when a man who has been sealed for decades allows, for the first time, the possibility that the seal is not the same thing as the self. It's not a dramatic event. There's no music, no revelation in the cinematic sense. It's more like a shift in pressure. The way a room feels different when a window opens, even before any air has visibly moved. Something in the interior environment changes, not the content. The atmosphere. He might notice it on a Tuesday, driving, or at his desk between meetings, or in the kitchen, standing with a glass of water, looking out the window at nothing in particular. A moment where the usual operational hum, the constant low-frequency buzz of management, optimization, next task preparation goes briefly quiet, not because he silenced it, because it paused on its own. And in the pause, He notices something he hasn't felt in a long time. Not happiness, not sadness. Something more fundamental than either. Presence, his own, the sense of being here. Not performing here, not managing here, being here, in the room, in the body, in the specific, unrepeatable moment of standing in a kitchen with a glass of water on a Tuesday afternoon in the middle of his life. That moment is not therapeutic. It's not healing in any language he'd use. It's structural. It's the first moment in possibly years where the system wasn't running, where the executive function stepped aside and the person, the actual person, not the operator, was simply present, and the building didn't collapse. The perimeter wasn't breached. Nothing went wrong. He was just there, unmanaged, unoptimized, alive. The architecture will reassert itself within seconds. The operational hum will return. The to-do list will re-engage. And the moment will pass, and he'll resume the day as if nothing happened. But something happened. The system, for a fraction of a minute, demonstrated that it has a mode it hasn't been using. A mode where the protector stands down and the person simply exists. And that demonstration, however brief, is evidence. The kind of evidence the nervous system can use. Let's trace where this leads, not in fantasy, not in the idealized narrative of a man who transforms his life and finds perfect connection and resolves every wound. That narrative is a performance identity product. It converts the process of living into a project with deliverables and benchmarks. The actual trajectory is less dramatic and more real. It leads to a man who still lives alone, but no longer lives sealed, whose apartment feels the same from the outside, but slightly different from the inside, who still goes to the gym, but occasionally sits in the car afterward for an extra minute, not scrolling, not planning, just sitting, who still performs well at work, but sometimes, in a conversation with a colleague, says something 1 degree more honest than the professional standard requires. Not a confession, not an emotional display. A sentence that reveals, almost imperceptibly, that there's a person behind the competence. It leads to a man who still dates cautiously, but whose caution has shifted in quality. Not the caution of a sealed system screening for minimal disruption. The caution of someone who knows what's at stake and is choosing deliberately to allow the stakes to exist. He still evaluates. He still assesses. But the assessment includes a new variable. Does this person make me want to be reachable? Not comfortable reachable. Not safe in the architecture's sense of safe present in a way that includes the parts of himself he's been managing into silence. It leads to a man who still manages his life with discipline, but whose relationship to the discipline has changed. The routines are the same, but they're held more lightly. Not because discipline has become less important, but because it's no longer the sole structural element. There's something else in the system now, a flexibility that wasn't there before, the capacity to deviate from the plan without experiencing the deviation as a threat, to have an unscheduled evening and not immediately fill it, to sit with the unfilled space and discover, sometimes with discomfort and sometimes with surprise, what rises to meet him in the absence of management. It leads to a man who still carries the original wound and the second wound in every adaptation they produced, but who no longer organizes his entire life around avoiding a third. The wounds don't disappear. The architecture doesn't dissolve. The protector doesn't retire. What changes is the relationship between the components. The protector is still present, still vigilant, still capable of sealing the system if a genuine threat appears. But it's no longer the sole authority. The exile has a voice now, a small one, easily overridden, but present. And the presence of that voice, the fact that it's heard, even when it's not acted on, changes the internal atmosphere in ways that the external world may never notice, but that the man himself feels with a clarity that grows over time. This is what integration looks like. Not a before and after, not a transformation narrative, a recalibration. The same man, the same architecture, the same fundamental capacities, operating with a revised relationship between the parts. The protector still protects, but it protects a person, not a system. And the person it protects now includes the parts that were previously excluded. Let's address the existential dimension one final time. Because the question of meaning, what this life is for, what it amounts to, why it matters, doesn't resolve with a relational practice or a somatic exercise. It resolves, to the extent it resolves at all, through a shift in orientation that's been building throughout everything we've discussed. The orientation he's been living under is instrumental. Everything serves a function. Every action produces an outcome. Every investment generates a return. The self is an instrument operated for the purpose of generating results. And this orientation has produced extraordinary results. There is no question about that. By any instrumental measure, his life is a success. But instrumental orientation, when applied to the self without limit, produces a specific kind of emptiness. The emptiness of a tool that has accomplished its tasks and has no further instructions. The emptiness of a machine that has reached peak optimization and has nothing left to optimize. The emptiness of a life that is entirely purposeful and entirely devoid of meaning, because meaning is not a product of purpose. It's a product of connection to others, to oneself, to something that transcends the operational. The shift is from instrumental to participatory, from a life organized around producing outcomes to a life oriented around being present in experiences. The outcomes don't stop. The competence doesn't diminish. The discipline doesn't dissolve. But they're recontextualized. They become aspects of a life rather than the entirety of it. They share space with experiences that produce nothing, a conversation that goes nowhere useful, an evening spent doing nothing of consequence, a moment of genuine laughter that has no strategic value whatsoever. These experiences, from the architecture's perspective, are waste. They produce no return. They advance no objective. They contribute nothing to the portfolio, and the performance identity will resist them with quiet persistence, labeling them as unproductive, as self-indulgent, as signs of declining discipline. But they are the content of a lived life. They are what a life contains when it's inhabited rather than operated. And the man who begins to allow them, not to pursue them aggressively, not to convert them into another optimization project, but simply to allow them when they arise, discover something the architecture couldn't predict. that the unproductive moments are where the felt sense of being alive is strongest. That meaning doesn't reside in the accomplishments, but in the spaces between them. That the part of him that went offline, the exile, the reaching self, the part that was sent away, is most present in the moments that have no purpose at all. This is not an argument for hedonism or laziness or the abandonment of discipline. Discipline built his life. It will continue to sustain it. But discipline without presence is maintenance. And maintenance without inhabitation is a life that runs but isn't lived. Now we return to where we started. To the man whose life, by every external measure, is handled, whose bills are paid, whose body is maintained, whose career is stable, who answers fine when asked how he's doing, and means it in the only way he knows how to mean it. We said at the beginning that he was functioning and quietly fading, that the distinction between those two things matters, and that the distinction is not emotional, but architectural. We've traced the architecture, layer by layer, from the surface behaviors to the emotional adaptations, from the fear structure to the identity beliefs, from the relational strategies to the life strategies they generate, from the existential orientation to the closed system that produces the flatness, the fading, the quiet sense of disappearing inside a life that works but doesn't live. And now the initial paradox can be resolved, not with a solution, with a structural restatement that carries the weight of everything we've mapped. The life he built wasn't wrong. It was incomplete. That sentence is not a criticism. It's an engineering finding. The structure is sound. The discipline is real. The competence is genuine. The self-reliance has kept him standing through things that would have collapsed a less carefully built life. All of that is true. All of that deserves recognition, not gratitude in the therapeutic sense, but the straightforward acknowledgement that what he built required intelligence, endurance, and sustained effort. And it's incomplete, not because he failed to build enough, but because the blueprint excluded an entire dimension. The dimension of being known. The dimension of allowing someone's presence to be structurally relevant. The dimension of mattering to someone in a way that's not earned through performance, but given through contact. Strength didn't make him lonely. Protection without connection did. The strength was always real. The protection was always real. But the protection, operating without the counterbalance of connection, sealed the very thing it was designed to preserve. It kept him safe by keeping him unreachable. It prevented catastrophe by preventing contact. And the result, a life that functions beautifully and feels like an observation rather than an experience, is the predictable outcome of a system that prioritized safety over presence. He doesn't need rescue. That word would insult the intelligence of everything he's constructed. He doesn't need someone to save him from his life. He needs to stop living as if he can't be held. Being held is not weakness. It's not dependency. It's not the forfeiture of autonomy. It's the structural acknowledgement that a human life, no matter how competently managed, is not designed to be a solo operation. The architecture disagrees. The architecture insists that solo operation is the safest configuration, and the architecture is answering a question that stopped being relevant decades ago. How does a child survive an environment where connection is dangerous? He is not that child. He survived that environment. He built a life that proves daily that he can handle what the world presents. And the thing he hasn't yet proven not to the world, but to the nervous system that's still running the childhood protocol, is that he can handle being known. That he can allow someone past the operational layer without the building collapsing. That the exile can exist in the open without the catastrophe the architecture has been predicting for his entire adult life. That proof can only be generated experientially, not through understanding, though understanding provided the map, not through willpower, though will got him this far, through the slow, accumulative, non-linear process of allowing contact and surviving it, of being reachable and remaining intact, of needing and discovering that need, held within a strong architecture, is not the structural threat it was classified as. It's a capacity, one that's been offline for decades. And bringing it back online doesn't weaken the system. It completes it. A mature man isn't the one who needs nothing. He's the one who can need without losing himself. That is not a soft formulation. It's a harder standard than the one he's been holding himself to. Needing nothing is a known skill. He's mastered it. The execution is flawless. But needing without losing the self-maintaining structural integrity, while allowing genuine dependency, genuine closeness, genuine investment in another person's presence, that requires a sophistication of internal engineering that pure self-sufficiency never demanded. Pure self-sufficiency is a blunt instrument. It works by elimination, removing everything that could threaten the system. Integration is a precision instrument. It works by inclusion, allowing everything the system can hold and managing the excess with skill rather than suppression. The first requires discipline alone. The second requires discipline and access to his own interior, to other people, to the dimension of experience that exists beyond the performance layer, is the capacity that's been missing. Not the willingness, the capacity. He may have been willing at various points to try something different, but the architecture overrode the willingness every time because the capacity to tolerate the result hadn't been developed. The willingness without the capacity produces the familiar pattern: approach, alarm, retreat. Try, fail, confirm the architecture's predictions. The capacity is built through evidence, not effort, through repeated, survivable, small-scale encounters with the thing the architecture fears. Not a single dramatic act of vulnerability, but 100 imperceptible moments of staying one beat longer than the exit reflex demands. The accumulation of those moments is what builds the capacity. And the capacity, once built, is what makes the willingness effective rather than theoretical. He's been willing for years. What he's been missing is the structural foundation that makes the willingness actionable. And that foundation, as we've described throughout this conversation, is built not by trying harder, but by trying smaller. One honest sentence, one received compliment, one unscheduled hour, one moment of noticing what's actually there instead of managing what should be there. If something shifted while listening to this, not a dramatic shift, not a transformation, just a subtle change in the internal pressure, a recognition that landed slightly below the performance layer. Don't rush to act on it. Don't convert it into a project. Don't add it to the to-do list. Don't optimize it. Notice it. That's enough for now. Noticing is the first act of a system that's learning to include rather than exclude. It's the protector acknowledging the exile's signal without overriding it. It's the executive function stepping aside for a moment and letting the person be present with what's actually there. What's there might be uncomfortable. It might be unfamiliar. It might be the first time in years he's allowed an internal experience to exist without immediately rooting it through the management system. And the discomfort of that, the rawness of unmanaged experience, the vulnerability of noticing without controlling, is not a sign of weakness. It's a sign of accuracy. He's feeling what's actually there instead of what the architecture permits him to feel. That accuracy is the foundation of everything that follows, not the action, the accuracy. Because action without accuracy is just the performance identity running a new program. And accuracy without action is what he's been living knowing something is off, without ever allowing that knowledge to change anything. The combination accurate perception plus incremental action is what revises the architecture, not in a week. Not in a way that produces visible results on a timeline the performance identity would find acceptable. Over months, over seasons. In the quiet, undramatic accumulation of moments where the system operated slightly differently than it had before. He doesn't need to become a different man. The man he has built something remarkable, something durable, something that proves every day that he is capable of more than most people will ever attempt. He needs to let that man be known, not to the world, not to an audience, to one person, maybe to himself first, and then, when the architecture has been updated enough to tolerate it, to someone whose presence he allows to matter. And when he's ready, not when the performance identity says he should be ready, but when the exile's voice is loud enough, and the protector's grip is loose enough, and the evidence has accumulated, to the point where the nervous system's threat assessment has been revised. When he's ready, there is more to understand. More layers beneath the ones we've mapped, more architecture to examine, more capacity to develop, more of himself to meet. Not all at once, not in a rush. With the same care and precision he brings to everything that matters, carefully, honestly, without performance.